Hello, I'm Councillor Mick Barton, leader of Nottinghamshire County Council. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you our Council Plan 2025 to 2029. Our plan represents a bold and ambitious vision for Nottinghamshire, with the aim to build stronger families, thriving communities and a connected county. To achieve this, we will work with local people, businesses and partner organisations to make the most of new opportunities and to attract the investment our county richly deserves. We will make sure Nottinghamshire has a strong voice and a clear direction, whilst improving local services so they are high quality and good value and meet local needs. We also want to be honest about the challenges we faced and be confident in how we tackle them, empowering a county that is proud of its heritage and positive about what's to come. Here are our top priorities for the next 4 years.
My name is Rory Green of Kirkby South and I'm the Children and Families Cabinet Holder. As part of our Nottinghamshire plan, today I'd love to share with you a couple of our ambitions. The first one is stronger families, caring connections. In order for us to deliver that, we will develop at places like here at the family hubs, better early support and with our social services so that families can have better support and the children can thrive and stay at home. The second one is rooting communities, thriving together. To focus and deliver that, what we wish to do is to have a place that you call home. We would love for you to step up and be more adoptive foster and kinship carers. That would mean the world to us, as well as honouring and celebrating the current ones who do so. Thank you.
I'm Councillor Barry Answer, Cabinet Member for Adult Social Care and Health. And I think that what we wanted to do and look forward to doing is keeping people in their home longer than we are at the moment, with additional support in there, with the technology that we've got now, and also with the amount of support that we can wrap around them. It's about looking after our residents, keeping them safe, but keeping them at home with their own front door.
I'm Councillor Hannah John, Cabinet Member for Education and Special Educational Needs and Disabilities, and I am proud to present our priorities for the Nottinghamshire Council Plan. This strategic journey is fundamentally driven by one vision: to ensure every child and young person feels included, receives high quality education and is fully supported to thrive from their earliest years through to adulthood. Our strategy focuses on 3 core connected priorities: securing early years and school readiness to close the developmental gap, championing truly inclusive education by reducing exclusions, and building effective transitions and lifelong learning pathways, especially for those with SEND. We will achieve this through an active approach of prevention first, deep community involvement and seamless integrated support across health and public services, ultimately measuring our success by increased school readiness, lower exclusions and sustained participation in education, employment and training. We're really looking forward to delivering these priorities for the children of Nottinghamshire.
Hi, I'm Dawn Justice, Cabinet Member for Communities and Public Health. Our communities are the beating heart of this great county, and that's why they're foremost in our plans over the next 4 years. We want to strengthen our work with community safety partners to help people feel safe and supported and to reduce the impacts of crime, antisocial behaviour on communities. We want to build resilient communities by working with the police to reduce the number of residents being victims of fraud and target more businesses that trade fraudulently. We'll prioritise mental and emotional well-being by working with community partners and support services to boost connectivity within our communities and to reduce feelings of loneliness and isolation. We will support our magnificent country parks and local libraries so that they continue to be thriving community assets which support us to deliver wider priorities including education and learning and physical activity. We'll be listening to our communities and involving them in our plans, services and in the decisions that impact them.
Hello, I'm Bert Bingham, Cabinet Member for Transport and Environment. When we walked into County Hall in May, we knew that you wanted us to urgently address the state of our roads, and our partners here at VIA have been delivering all over the county this summer. We have also carried out a highways review and will be maximising funding opportunities with the East Midlands Combined County Authority to invest in our roads and highways in the coming years. You will see a big improvement in the condition and maintenance of the county's roads during our tenure. Major road projects like the A614 improvement will get underway during 2026 and more are in the pipelines. We will shortly be releasing our new environmental policy and will continue to work with partners to help protect and restore Nottinghamshire's natural areas. This will keep them safe from environmental threats. We are also working to improve our waste and recycling services as we move towards simpler recycling. Much work remains to be done and I'm delighted to be taking this council plan forward over the next few years as we continue to deliver services for the people of Nottinghamshire.
My name is John Doddy. I'm the Deputy Leader here at Nottinghamshire County Council. I'm also the Chair of the Health and Wellbeing Board, and it's my responsibility to provide the best health interventions for the entire population of Nottinghamshire. Everybody wants to see their priorities and ambitions reflected in that plan, and I was delighted to see my three aims, my three priorities, pride of place. Number one, fluoridation. Fluoridation can reduce dental decay in our children, particularly the under 5s, by up to 30%, and how we need that. Number two, immunisations, particularly childhood immunisations, and I wanted to see a re-emergence of the drive for herd immunity. Get that MMR vaccinations, first one, second one, and protect us from measles outbreaks like we had in places like Birmingham this year. The third thing was the reduction of smoking. Smoking, particularly in pregnant women, how important it is to protect the unborn child. And those three priorities, the preventative agenda, and I'm so delighted that we've put prevention, pride of place in our strategy.
Hi, I'm Councillor Walker Gurley, Cabinet Member for Economic Development and Asset Management. I'm delighted to be here at the Welbeck Estate and I'm very proud that Nottinghamshire is driving forward regeneration, inward investment and a thriving visitor economy. With the support from the East Midlands Combined County Authority, we're unlocking funding to revitalise our towns, attract new businesses and create high quality jobs. From the amazing Welbeck Estate to Sherwood Forest and all of our historic market towns, we're showcasing our unique heritage to boost tourism and local pride. Through the East Midlands Freeport and the Supercluster, we're building a more dynamic economy and making Nottinghamshire a place where people want to visit, invest and grow.
Afternoon, members. Please stand for Madam Chairman.
Councillors, we're now on to item 8, which is the Treasury Management Mid-Year Report 25/26. And I call upon Councillor Matthews to introduce the report and move the recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank everybody. And I would also like to thank Kay and Michelle in Newark, who hopefully will be the new turquoise Cape Crusaders. Anyway, when the budget was approved last February, it included the included the requirement for full council to receive a mid-year review of the council's treasury management activities. This is the noting report of those activities and sets out interest generated on the council's temporary cash balances, as well as the update on the repayment of debt. The council approves the treasury management strategy and outturn report each year. It also receives this mid-year report, which reviews activity up until the end of September. Treasury management activity is undertaken by the investments team and overseen by the council's treasury management group. It refers to the management of day-to-day cash flow, ensuring that bills can be paid as and when they fall due, and depositing any temporary cash surpluses with secure counterparties to earn interest. The main items of note are: all treasury management activities undertaken were within the limits set by the council's 2025-26 treasury management strategy. Over the 6-month period to September 2024, the funds earned an average of 4.4% on its cash deposits, compared with the benchmark rate over the same period, which was 4.06. Over the same period, 14.9 million of existing long-term debt was repaid. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I call upon Councillor Rawson, who will second the motion. Councillor Rawson to speak.
I rise to support this noting report. It is clear from the report that the Treasury team are doing great work, are beating the benchmark and repaying debt. As a reform administration, we're only too keen to reduce debt wherever possible. But it may be worth noting that under the last administration, their plan was to increase debt in their 3-year plan. In closing, I would like to thank the Section 151 officer and his team for carrying out their Treasury role. And I'd like to thank Councillor Matthews for his oversight in these matters. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I will now open the debate. Councillor Bestwick to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We were quite happy to note this report as it continues the work of the previous administration in reducing debt. So just to bring you up on that, the previous administration reduced debt by £46 million. We've already had that debate. It was something that we're proud of and we would have continued to have done. I hope you do continue to reduce the debt because that's what we all want to see. It puts more money back into services and more money for our residents. So I'm glad to hear you're going to continue our policy of reducing debt. Thank you.
I call upon Councillor Matthews for your right of reply.
I honestly cannot believe anyone who wants to make a political point on a noting item. I think you'll see you supported the item. Thank you.
Just to note, the report has been received by the Chamber. I call upon Councillor Wright. Item 9, appointment of committee chairman and vice-chairman. I call upon Councillor Wright to introduce the report and move the recommendations.
Thank you.
Open amendment, Madam Chair, please.
The report hasn't been moved or seconded.
Sorry?
The report hasn't been moved and seconded yet.
I call upon Councillor Wright to introduce the report and move the recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In moving this report, I wish to move an alteration to table 1 in the report, changing the Vice Chairman of Place Select Committee appointment to Councillor David Clark. And with that alteration, I move the report. Thank you, Chair.
I call upon Councillor Barton, who will second the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I second this and reserve the right. Thank you.
Councillor Vernon, if you would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's going to be short, but
Sorry. I apologise. Just hold fire for a moment. The monitoring officer.
They said you got an amendment, Councillor Vernon. So an amendment has to be submitted in writing on the approved template, has to be submitted by 10 o'clock on Tuesday of the council meeting week, has to be validated by the monitoring officer. It has, none of those things have happened as far as I'm aware. I haven't got another amendment that I've been sent to approve.
well, I'd like to sit on my feet and propose the amendment, Madam Chair. And it's you I'm addressing and it's you I'm listening to. So thank you very much for that.
So we open the debate.
I will now open the debate.
Thank you, Chairman. I think we're now entering into phase 2 of Mayhem Mick of this administration, Madam Chairman, what we see from this report, 6 months into reforms crisis management of this council, is a councillor who did the right thing, spoke on behalf of those people that elected him in this chamber. the councillor for Arnold North, John Siemens, went round during the election, knocked on doors, found out what their priorities were, wrote about them in the leaflets and said, vote for me and I'll deliver on those. Front and centre, Madam Chairman, to those leaflets was saying no to throwing Gedling and his Arnold North residents into the city of Nottingham, to make sure that they retain their good quality services at low council tax. Councillor Siemens was applauded for that by the good people of Arnold North and sent to this chamber to represent them. What did Councillor Siemens do when his reform leadership came forward with a plan to throw Gedling in the city? We all know what Councillor Siemens did. He deserves a medal for it, not sacking for it. Councillor Siemens said no. Not no on behalf of John himself, not no because he doesn't agree with Councillor Barton or reform. No, because that's exactly what his residents told him to say. Well done, Councillor Siemens, on behalf of the residents of Arnold North. And what did the reform leadership do for somebody who comes to this place and dares to speak on behalf of their residents' priorities? They ring central office up, who I'm told is Lee Anderson, speed dial number 1 on Councillor Wright's phone. They ring Lee Anderson up, roll him out to the group meeting to threaten you all not to speak for your residents, and then when you dare to do it, you get sacked. You get sacked.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Thank you for those kind words, Councillor Smith. Point of order, clarification. You are correct. I am no longer Vice Chair of Place. I've not been stood down. I've requested to be temporarily stood down because of external time constraints means that I cannot meet every pre-agenda meeting. I will remain on the committee and I look forward to supporting Councillor Clark and the Chair. Thank you very much.
What a measure of a man. What an absolute legend of a man. That is party loyalty for you right there, Councillor Barton, because I believe what he's just said is total nonsense. But that's nonsense to protect the Reform Administration and his colleagues. And what a legend you are, Councillor Siemens. I applaud you. We'll now move on to Councillor Lucas, also submitted the same leaflets, Madam Chairman, knocked on the same doors as Councillor Siemens, wrote in the same leaflet, vote for me, elect me to Arnold North, and I will protect you from joining the city.
Chair,
she had the
Chair, point of order. Has this got anything to do with the election of a chair?
Yeah.
Councillor Lucas isn't even involved. She's the chairman. She isn't involved as regards how she voted some weeks ago.
Councillor Smith, finish your 5 minutes and then.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't know if Martin Wright's read his own report, but Councillor Wendy Lucas is in bold because she's been allocated a new job and that's what we're voting on today. So I am talking to the report. Thank you very much. So Councillor Lucas is out in Arnold North sending out the same leaflets as Councillor Siemens saying, vote for me, I won't put you in the city. When given the opportunity, Councillor Siemens does the right thing and sticks up for his residents. Councillor Lucas throws them under the bus and doesn't get sacking because why would you sack somebody who does what the party whips ask you to do and ignores your residents? Gets promoted. So that's the message for the people of Nottinghamshire. Betray your residents under reform, get promoted.
Point of order. Sorry. This stuff is the same rhetoric that we're having problems with. Why are you saying thrown under the bus and stuff like that? We're not delegates, we're trustees. We're not here just to say whatever you vote for is what we're going to do. Just keep the rhetoric down.
Can I just point out that when members want to speak, they speak for 5 minutes and
just indicating all items. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So, as I was saying, Councillor Lucas ignored the will of her residents, betrayed them, threw them under a bus and got promoted on taxpayers' money of more than 20 grand as a reward for doing so. Shame on reform for that. And then I'll turn to Lib Dem Councillor Brill, who, again, in Carlton West, went round the residents saying, vote for me, I will protect Colton from the city, did absolutely the total opposite, gets promoted. And I'll tell you the message that will go out from this chamber loud and clear today is vote reform and get puppets on strings who do what they're told and they get paid and rewarded for it, or vote reform and get people who speak the truth and stand up for their residents and they get sacked for it and thrown to the wolves. That is unacceptable. If anybody in this chamber, Councillor Siemens particularly, if you want to continue to represent the residents that we're elected here to do, and do it proudly with no risk of any damage coming your way, but lots of applause from your residents, then come to the Conservative Party, because that's exactly what we will continue to do. You laugh, you all laugh, but none of you are allowed to speak on behalf of your residents like we are in this party. We will continue to do so, and we will be voting against this disgraceful move to sack those who speak on their behalf. I also just want to, on a more serious note, Madam Chairman, turn to some emails that we've all been sent. I only need 30 seconds on this. Those leaked emails have serious accusations in around withholding of information from officers to councillors. Obstructions and fraud have been thrown around in those emails that we've all seen. I just want on record from the leader, if I may, I spoke to him before this meeting. I don't want to go into the detail of those. I just want the council chamber and the public to be assured that those accusations have been thoroughly investigated by independent people who aren't involved in those complaints, and a resolution has come to whether that's public or not. We just need those assurances. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Gowland.
Thank you. Well, at the risk of not talking about the issues, I think the Tory party know all about party loyalty. Honestly, what a lecture. However, yeah, we should have the freedom to speak out, and I guess if we're in a party, we take the consequences for it. The only thing I'm worried about is the residents of Nottinghamshire. So they've had all these committees that have just been formed, got going about 2 months ago, in all honesty, and now we've got new chairs, and we understand that this is a lot of work and a lot of knowledge people need to build up. And now there's a big change around, so it's very unfortunate. And I hope you manage to find a group of people who are going to follow your party line.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you, Chair. There's a couple of points I just wanted to address. So to address Councillor Smith's comment about being promoted and earning 20,000 on taxpayers' money, that doesn't take into account the fact that I've sacrificed my business to actually fulfil my council role. In addition to that, the role from Vice Chair to Chair was given to me on merit as well, is what I'd just like to say there. Thank you very much.
Councillor Brill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm delighted to be living rent-free in Councillor Smith's head, because he's obviously researched my entire political history. And yes, a quarter of a century ago, when he was I'm assuming quite a young man running around in, if not quite short pants, and learning to wear big pants, I was involved in politics. And I make no apology for that. The only thing that has changed in the time is that my principles have not changed, but at that time I was in what turned out to be a pretty poor political party, and I'm proud to say I'm now in an excellent political party. That's the difference that I've made, Councillor Smith. I'm going to cover the issues about local government reorganisation when we get to the topic, because I'm not going to repeat myself. But as you're giving us all lessons in politics, and I said, let me give you a little bit of a lesson. The way democracy works is that when you stand for a political party that has a platform or a policy, you hope that if you win, and you hope that if enough people vote for it, that the government in Westminster will listen and change their mind. Now, guess what? That mob down in London didn't listen and didn't change their mind. That's the first thing. Secondly, there is a legal process in this local government reorganisation. There's a statutory invitation, and we either engage with that or not. You chose not to properly engage with it, with your mad option 2 county only, which you all knew would fail, and you all knew was just politics. You were playing politics with people. You can smile, Mike, but you know perfectly well that's what you were doing. We have gone into this process And you told us on the 22nd of May, well, you won't understand government, you won't understand how local government works, you won't understand this. We have understood, because what the leader of this council has done is he's sat down with the experts, he's gone to PwC, he's studied the criteria, we've put in a bid that meets the criteria, and there are possibly two avenues by which we will not have LGR imposed on us. But if it's all right with you, I'll come back to that when we debate LGR. Thank you.
Councillor Carr, please.
I will speak to, having been criticised in previous debates for not speaking to the actual motion and the papers on record. I will speak to it. Councillor Kovac said she's been promoted on merit. So can we be given the reason why Councillor Vernon has been demoted?
Councillor Barton, you reserved your right to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. How sad that, yeah, I've made some changes and I needed to make those changes. And I've done them for the right reasons as well. Councillor Smith has made it political. That just shows the manner of the man. He can't even look at me, look. You can't even look at me. Look at me in the eyes. Go on, look at me. You can't even look at me. That's the manner of the man. We've got a serious issue here that it includes health, and I'm not going to go into any more detail than that. It's health. Regarding what you said at the end of the speech, yes, it has all been reported and it has all been recorded. That's a prim and proper way to do it, and that's how we work on this side of the chamber. Now, going back to what you said about people joining the Conservatives, I think it's much more appropriate, and I think this will happen, that you're more likely for some of your people to come over to this side of the chamber, the way you're performing, Sam. So, anyway, I could say loads on this, but I'm not, because I'm going to hold my dignity for my fellow colleague, who I care for very much. And we all care for him on this side of the chamber. So I'm going to leave it there, Madam Chairman. Sorry, I haven't finished. And I would just like to thank Councillor Siemens, Councillor Brill and Councillor Lukac for their intervention in this debate. Thank you.
Yes.
I call upon Councillor Wright for your right of reply. Councillor Wright.
I think after all that unnecessarily nastiness, for want of a better word, I've got no further comments to make.
I will now put the altered motion to the vote. So all those in favour? Against? Abstentions? For 40 and the against 18. So item 10, local government reorganisation in Nottingham and Nottinghamshire. I call upon Councillor Barton to introduce the report and addendum and to move the recommendations. Councillor Barton to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Local government reorganisation. I would like to start by thanking all the officers for their months of hard work in delivering this document for the Greater Nottinghamshire proposal for full council here today. As I've said before, I did not get elected to come and deal with the LGR, and it was not what I would have chosen to do either. However, LGR is a government-initiated policy that has been hanging around undecided for 10 years here at this authority. We are elected and we have to deal with this straight away, and we're going to do with the job we've been elected to do. Following the election in May, reform were required to decide on which proposal benefited Nottinghamshire the most, or else the decision would be taken out of our hands. Bless you. We are now 6 months down the line, and we are ready to deliver our final submission to full council today, and I will deliver it to government next week. The document describes in detail the workings of the two unitary councils. The new unitary council will act as a one-stop shop for council services, which will make it much easier for people to access and understand. There will be one plan for each neighbourhood, which will be led by a neighbourhood committee that will be run by local people. Who better to lead them than the people who live in the community, as they hold the knowledge and expertise as well as ourselves in that area where the priorities are. The plan will enable communities to request how they would prefer services to be delivered. They would also have their say on how parks, libraries and other services benefit their communities and our communities that we all live in. Family and communities will be at the heart of everything this new council will do and provide. Local democracy will be visible again, and residents' voices will be heard, whilst work hand in hand with our councillors and their communities to shape their places. The important part of putting together a new unitary authority will create a new joined-up service that will make a real difference to the lives of the people who live in Nottinghamshire. The aim is to have a one team for each place, caring for housing, transport, care, education and community safety, all working together under the same umbrella. Now is the time for all 9 councils to work together to deliver LGR successfully. I really hope we can. The County Council has a good track record of managing large-scale transformation, from the creation of family hubs to the launch of MCA. I am confident that we can build on what works and make this new authority a real success. A fit-for-purpose, one-stop unitary authority that caters for this community and for the residents and all businesses. I now put the report before you, including the addendum.
I call upon Councillor Wright, who will second the motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'll second the motion and reserve the right. Thank you.
I will now open the debate. Councillor Walker-Gurley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to thank all councillors who joined in with the member engagement sessions on LGR, regardless of political affiliation, and just remind all of us the reasons why we are here, and that is because we want to make Nottinghamshire a better place for everyone in the county. With that in mind, I believe that together we are stronger, and the combined experience in this room is substantial. Regardless of different opinions, if we can look past ideology and work together on the big stuff, like the biggest shake-up in local government in over 50 years, I guarantee the people of Nottinghamshire will get better results. Having said that, unfortunately, we know that there was a certain group that chose not to engage for political reasons, and I believe this is an example of poor behaviour in public office. I would like to remind everyone here that the public watching that one of the principles of being an elected member is remaining open-minded, and it seems evident to me that a predetermined conclusion was made by every member who refused to engage, share their constituent concerns, and decide from cross-party engagement about how best we can deliver services for the people of Nottinghamshire. On my table, we had Labour councillors whose ideology is far apart from my own, but we were open-minded. We did not agree on everything, we did challenge each other, and the result was, by all accounts, a very productive session that took us further towards a place where we will achieve best outcomes for all of our residents.
Councillor Neil Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, actually, I've been fully engaged in the process, Madam Chairman. I haven't missed any workshops because representing Rushcliffe, the good burghers of Rushcliffe have been fully engaged. So that's last few comments don't hold true. Anyway, I just want to
I didn't name you,
Councillor
by the way. I said anyone who didn't partake.
So,
follow the rules, though.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Point of order 100.
I'm just going to get on with the debate.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Right. So, first of all, I want to echo Councillor Barton's comments about staff, and that's staff both in this council and, in fact, to be fair, staff across all councils, across the whole of Nottinghamshire, and that includes the city as well. And an immense amount of work has been undertaken here, taken up a lot of time, and I know that all the officers have been working well together across all the councils. But this process has been instigated by the current Labour government and the guidelines which are not favourable and not always logical. But this is a classic case of we are where we are, and I want to have started from here. The guidelines are not at all ideal, but these are the cards we have been dealt. And it is indeed a game, playing with residents' lives, and it's the residents who should come first. These are the rules we've been given, and so this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to rewire government around services to the people and place to increase efficient delivery of services to the residents. The benefits for residents are intended to end the confusion over having two layers of councils delivering different services and to rationalise them into one council for everything local, hopefully ending that confusion. The proposals include neighbourhood committees with real influence over priorities and funding. By delivering joined-up services, residents can tell their story once with the intention that councils act quickly and seamlessly. A reorganisation into one unitary council will allow a digital-first approach using data, automation and AI to anticipate needs and improve outcomes. But just having a comment on the governance, if implemented, the proposal is likely to result in 187 councillors across both the two new councils, which is more than half the current 408 councillors sitting in the city, county and district borough councils. This would obviously increase the workload of each councillor in the new councils, in effect to double it. This submission aligns with government priorities in that it meets the MHCLG criteria, most importantly, as not all of the submissions do comply with those criteria. So that's in terms of single-tier governance, sensible geography, financial sustainability, and no splitting of boundaries, which was one of the criteria that the government put forward. That is why, as a county councillor representing Rushcliffe, I believe that the option that the county council is supporting is basically the best of the options that are available. One option of which does not even follow the government's own guidelines. However, the interests of the residents of Rushcliffe are foremost in my mind, and I believe it is in the best interests of those Rushcliffe residents to vote for an option which does not include an expanded city area. And for that reason, I will support this motion. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Councillor John O'Lee.
Chairman, thank you.
for allowing me to speak. It's interesting that the fellow colleagues above have said we haven't engaged, so we don't know what we're talking about. Interesting, because what you won't know is we've had briefings from the CCA, the LGA, the district and borough councils have had the same briefing from the district and council models. We've also had briefings with our friends over at Rushcliffe. We probably know more about all the models than you do because you've only spoken about one model. Now, something that you may not know unless you're a multi-hatter is the conversations you're having about your model, the districts are doing, but they're pushing their preferred option. Now, 1E has just been announced by Nottinghamshire District Council, and what looks like on the back of a fag packet drawing of the boundaries is abysmal. Your option is better, let's be honest. The 1B option is better. But we all know that the option that is going to be picked is probably going to be the city model because it's going to be the city national government that are going to pick the model. Now, I know that some of you think you've got a coup d'etat up your sleeve because you think you're going to go judicial review and you think you're going to overrule it. You're not, because they will do it as an act of parliament, there'll be an act of law and they'll get it through that way. You're not going to win on a judicial review. This is going to happen. And for you to think that if we don't engage with your model, we're not engaging, well, let's see what I've done as a councillor. So this isn't something that's new. Is you only have to speak to half the country that have already done a unitary to know what is going to happen. So depending on which model it goes through, if the city model goes through, you've lost County Hall immediately. So the £50 million that you would have made from selling County Hall, you've lost it because you'll have to hand the keys over. Now, if you want to keep County Hall, you'll have to rent it back because that's the rules. Any facilities that are in their boundaries get handed to them. So you'll have to rent County Hall back. So you either sell it or you lose it. Now, we know that the preferred option from national government is whichever is financially viable. That came from the LGA and that came from the CCA. All they're bothered about is the finances. That's all they're bothered about. They don't care about boundaries. They don't care about who rules it. They don't care about reform. They don't care about conservative. They care about Labour. But most, they want to make sure they don't have to bail out the city. That's what all this is for. And for you to be naive enough to think that if we don't engage with your model, we've not engaged, is ridiculous. Now, the one thing that will happen when we go over to unitary is your sole focus, because I've spoken to many unitary councillors from across the country, is adult services, children's services and highways. All the district services that people are passionate about, like your parks, your recycling, all get pushed to one side because adults and children's services become your key priority. All your budgets, any spare budgets you have goes on that services. But what's going to happen to the part of the county that's going to go into the city? Some part of it's going to go into the city. And we already know we need to have those conversations with the city about what's going to happen to the services. Are they going to have the same services? Any buildings that are in their area, are we going to have to replace them? Are we going to keep the district council offices? None of that is in the report, really, the detail about what's going to happen to the district council offices. If we lose both offices, depending on the model, are we going to move and start having our council meetings and the other? And the reason those conversations are important is we're talking about 2 years away, 18 months away. And you're all obsessed with your model. Have any of you actually had a conversation with the city? Have any of you actually had a conversation? Yeah, I know you haven't, but have they? Because they've criticised us for not engaging with you. Have they engaged with Newark and Sherwood on the 1E option? Have you engaged with the city and their option that's probably going to be preferred? Because if you haven't, you need to learn it because that's the model you're going to be working towards. Your model isn't going to be approved by national government. It's not. I hope it does because it's my preferred option. We will win all the elections if that happens in Newark and Sherwood. You couldn't beat us on your high. You're not going to beat us on your low. We want that model. But the truth is the city model is going to be the one that they pick. And the one thing I ask you is, have you engaged with them? Have you engaged with the city? Have you? Or have you just ignored them? No, they're not going to answer me because they're not allowed because the answer hasn't given them permission. And if they do talk out, they'll lose their jobs and then they have to leave the meeting. But anyway, Chairman, thank you very much on that. And the one thing I would say is start speaking to the city colleagues like we do, because we have to do, because we know that model is going to be approved. Start speaking to your districts because there's a high possibility that their model also gets picked. The one thing that we can guarantee is I will be supporting this model, but national government aren't going to pick it.
Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we've trod a lot of ground on this, haven't we? We spent a full day on it, so hopefully I won't take a lot of time on this. Before I make much progress, what I'd like to do is congratulate Councillor Mick Barton for showing great leadership on this. LGR was not a reform policy. It's not on our policy platform. And, you know, really, did we want to deliver it? No, we don't. It's not something we're looking to do. However, it was legislated for by the Labour government, and it was done without manifesto pledge. I said this at the last meeting, going over old ground, aren't I? So we had two options: bury his heads in the sand and just let something happen, like Councillor Lee, who's just disappeared, say that something will happen to us. It'll just happen. You know, Act of Parliament, it'll just happen. So let's bury our heads in the sand. Forget all about it. You know, just sit quietly, we'll look after our services and let government do what they're going to do. Or we had another option, which was try and form a solid plan backed by credible data that we could propose to central government, and therefore take some ownership of this process. So that's what we did. The grown-up, responsible thing to do. I'd also like to congratulate Councillor Neil Clark for the leadership he's shown as the leader of Rushcliffe Borough Council. He's worked in collaboration with the County Council to deliver this proposal, which will be taken to central government. I thought his co-chairing of the members' meeting, where it was briefed to not only members of this council, but also Rushcliffe Borough Council, I thought was fantastic. So I would like to congratulate both Councillor Barton and Councillor Clark for the co-work that they've done on this proposal. So what I've seen through the LGR process has been very divisive, almost as bad as the Brexit years. And I was a lead Brexiteer in Doncaster, so I know how divisive that was. At least with Brexit, residents got a choice. We got to go to a referendum and decide before we actually delivered anything. And when Councillor Lee says it's just going to happen, it's going to be an Act of Parliament, well, what did Gina Miller do? Gina Miller took the government to the High Court. So it can be challenged, and having a strong position on it, a strong plan that we can propose to central government and try and back, does allow us to challenge through judicial review. And that was highlighted by me and by Councillor Brill, yes, ex-Lib Dem. So for me, you know, we have to have that strong position. And I believe this plan gives us that strong position. It meets the criteria of central government. Unlike any of the other plans, it meets the criteria of central government. If we don't, and we allow the city to go with their plan, we put it forwards, we all knew it was going to happen, they're going to redraw the boundaries and carve up Rushcliffe, Gedling and Broxtowe. Do we want that? Apart from the Labour members who continually talk about carving up boundaries, we don't want that in this chamber at all. We want to keep those areas whole with their identities. And unfortunately, we have to try and take a position that keeps those districts and boroughs whole. And it's quite distasteful that we have to follow a plan at all. But we do. Otherwise, we cannot challenge the central government when they do backdoor deals with the city. And I've kind of lost my place there. So, for me, I would say we have to back this. We have to back it, because otherwise we will just go rudderless into a government-controlled process and we will get something imposed upon us. So for me, this is the option. No other. We should back it unanimous, put it to government and support it thoroughly to stop the scurrilous backdoor dealing of the City Council. Thank you.
I don't believe any member of the Labour group has ever suggested.
Would you like to contain that in your speech? Please, thank you.
Me? Okay. Right, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be voting in favour of the recommendations before us today. As stated in the previous debate on LGR, I see Arnold South as absolutely fitting in the urban council proposed. We look to the city for so many things, work, shopping and leisure, whereas links with towns in the north of the county are much less established or desired, I would argue. We'll keep our identity through neighbourhood governance. There are a few very vocal people on social media trying to create a vicious narrative against the current city council, a city council which has had very low tax base and many services to fund, a city council that now has an improving financial position thanks in no small part to this Labour government. I did not make any promises regarding LGR in my election campaign. In fact, I don't think I even mentioned it. My council email box certainly does not match up with this alleged strength of feeling regarding keeping Gedling out of the city. I've had 2 emails about this, which is just insignificant compared to the number of emails and interactions I have with residents on issues such as speeding, roads and tree maintenance. I've also had several conversations with residents who do live in Arnold South, being part of a new urban unitary council. The analysis we have before us does seem to suggest that, unfortunately, city expansion is not viable. I would be glad if a way could be found to make this work, though, so that sensibly West Bridgford could be included in the urban council and some of the outlying Gedling Borough villages could be in the rural council. It is important that the proposal is submitted and then we'll wait for the government's decision next year. I welcome the opportunity to be part of a cross-party working group to work for the benefit of the people in Arnold South and Nottinghamshire in this matter, which will shape the council structure for many years to come.
Councillor Cullen, please.
Madam Chair, Chairwoman, fellow councillors, Ethan. Let me start by saying this. You might think I'm against local government reorganisation, and per se, I'm not. I'm not. And I refute that anybody that says that Broxtowe, the area that I represent, the area I'm from, has not played a full role in this process. We have Broxtowe Borough Council, I'm a double hatter here. We have been involved in this since before any of you were elected, and we were involved in it before when it was a Conservative plan for this. But we've been doing this so long, and we asked the Broxtowe residents what do they think, and I'm going to tell you that even though that was from that chamber and not this, in Broxtowe, 12,500 residents responded to a survey. That is 10 times more than the nearest number that have responded to any other survey in the entire Broxtowe history. It's a huge number of people. And 71% said no to any option that joins Broxtowe with the city. Now, I've said no to any option of that. It's not about the city. It's about there is absolutely no benefit for residents of Broxtowe to join with the city. And I urge my council colleagues here that are here today, Councillor Helen Fascio, Richard Lowe, who hasn't come again, John Doddy, Jan Gould, James Rawson, Glyn Pepper, James Walker-Gurley, 71% of a huge outcome said no. They expect you to represent their views. I will be representing their views. And there's a lot at stake for the residents of Broxtowe if this goes ahead. And I agree with what's been said. You know, if you think that the government is going to choose an option that's put forward by a reform council back in partnership with a Conservative council, it's not the way it works. It's not the way it works, and it won't be. But you know, council taxpayers in Broxtowe in a Band D property like mine will be £175 a year worse off when the council tax is levelled. And in Broxtowe, there's a great deal of fear about going into the city. Now, we are not against reorganisation, but we have said from the start, This is being rushed through and ill thought out, and there's every opportunity to ask for breaks to be put on and to have more time to look at this properly and get a better result for everybody. And those of you that are in the north of the county would all have a different view if you were being told you would be merging with the city. And it's not about the city. It's not about the city. The city's a nice place. There's good people there. It's about the debt and about the lack of benefits for the residents that have to shoulder that. And I'm going to tell you, I could say a lot more about this. And you can say, well, you know, Councillor Cullen, we know things you don't know. I don't believe that. I think I know things you don't know. I've been doing this for a lot longer than most of you have. So don't be telling me you know things I don't know. I don't want to hear it. I know I stood for election in May, and I said on all of my election leaflets, vote for me. I will fight to keep Broxtowe out of this reorganisation. I will fight to have the brakes put on and to give us more time. And I have done that since I was elected. Yeah. And I now know that most of the residents in Broxtowe absolutely agree with me. So Nottinghamshire Alliance will be voting against this. And I would have expected Councillor Clark to, but he's scurried off at lunchtime. And I mean, because, you know, he couldn't because the Labour Party would be watching him. But I really, really urge every councillor in here to think about your residents and what they will be losing out on, because I will be able to say all along, I said this was a mistake, I said this would be a problem, I said you would be worse off.
50 seconds,
and I did everything I could to try to persuade people to do the right thing. I've said it before, if you feel the need to leave your party because you want to come and be part of some people that were prepared to be honest and honourable and do the right thing, we have got spare room in our group room and biscuits.
Here.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Although I don't know how I'm going to follow that. You've nicked most of what I was going to say, but you know, I might even rehash a bit of it. That was great. And I think I'd just start off by saying you hit the nail on the head about 2 sentences before the end, where you said that you'd have to have done everything you possibly can to avoid it, and do work your hardest and try and ensure that you are working as hard for you as you possibly can do as an elected representative of your area. And although Councillor Robertson, I do like your let's just go for it and vote for it thing. I mean, I wasn't really there, but it was nice. I liked it. You know, and Gina Miller did lose as well, but I won't mention that anymore. But you know, the point is that we are here to do that. You know, I take very seriously my responsibility to my residents, and whenever I put leaflets out, whenever I do communications with my residents, they are always true to the best of my ability. Everything that I say in them, I plan to deliver. I don't ever want to say something to a resident and then, you know, on the next breath, do completely the opposite. You know, there's been some discussions around businesses, you know, they've given up and things like that. I think we've all given up things. We all make sacrifices to do this because, let's be honest, you know, the time that you spend here would be much better paid in the private sector. We know that. That's the thing. But the point is here, you're doing some things that will affect the positive future of your residents, your neighbours, your family. And that is something that is worth more than money. So, you know, I think and that's something that you will take further and further into your life, whether you change job, change business or whatever. Because a business, let's be honest, is for our own benefit, our own family's benefit. Being a councillor is for everybody's benefit. And if that is not a decent and just cause, I don't know what is. I'm really disappointed that was advertised in leaflets of other councillors within the Gedling area. They were going to back the plan to stop the city and do everything they can, and they haven't done that. And I'm disappointed for them. You know, I do admire John for saying that, and I admire him even more for his loyalty. And in fact, I said to him, you know, that is loyalty, and you should look out for him, because it's unusual that somebody would be that loyal in those circumstances. So good for you, John. I'm not going to ask you to join the party, to be honest with you, because yeah, I'm not that bothered. No, not really. You've already made it crystal clear where your loyalties lie. So we'll leave that where it is, but good on you anyway. And finally, I just want to talk a little bit about language management in here. Now, I keep hearing people say, what's your rhetoric, what's your language, what's your this, what's your that. The language police, I have not seen them at the door. It is not up to councillors to dictate to other councillors what their language is. We have a very clear policy in this council of what you do with that. John O'Lee said it not so long ago openly in here. You have a fantastic moderation officer who you can get in contact with, and you can say something on that in a nice email about how unhappy and offended you are by what's been said in here. You know, and, you know, I'm not going to mention the fact it was snowing the other day. I'm not even going to bring that into it. Or the fact that there's daffodils outside. What I am going to say quite clearly is that that's your opportunity to make a complaint, okay? It's not in here. Everybody will say what they want to say. It's their own responsibility. They are elected here in all the right ways. They are legal representatives of this shire, and they will damn well say what they want to. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your time.
Councillor Garland.
Reading a message from a resident. So, about this. So, I did stand for election on the basis of joining the city. Well, I actually stood for election on the basis I've told everybody I want a single Nottinghamshire, but I suppose that ship has sailed. I have received about 2 emails on this, and when I post on Facebook, I get more positive comments about joining the city. The quote I was reading was a resident saying to me, Councillor Clark thinks the more rational idea is to put West Bridgeford with Worksop rather than with the place just across the water from most of Rushcliffe, let's face it. The suggestion that the people, the Labour members here have actually talked about splitting the authorities, the boroughs, is just not true. I don't believe any of us have ever said that. I would say, until I was a councillor, I couldn't, certainly until I was an activist in the Labour Party, I could not have told you where Rushcliffe was. It's just a name that came on my council tax. I lived in West Bridgeford, I lived in Nottingham. It is a problem living at the edge of 2 authorities. I live right near Trent Bridge. I will not bore you again with the problems of football, where I have city councillors contacting me about activities with regards to football on the south side of the county, and why the county and the city can't talk to each other, I don't know. Just for the record, we are having free votes in this in our Labour group, so nobody's gone home because they don't want to be, lose the whip. I think Rushcliffe will be worse off after this, Councillor Clark, because I don't see how it can't be, really, to be honest, with the price of delivering services in a very rural area. Well, that's it. Thank you very much.
Councillor Stoll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find myself agreeing with Councillor Adams, first of all, on the point about rhetoric. I do agree with him. So, on that basis, I'd like to tear back into Councillor John O'Lee about why he feels the need to preempt what the actual LGR decision will be. You have no idea what the LGR decision will be, any more so than anyone else in this chamber. You think you do, but you don't. And also, if you think you know what a judicial review is, well, you clearly don't, because a judicial review looks at process. So has the process been followed? Did it follow the correct legal procedure? And was it lawful and within their powers? Ultimately, was the decision rational and fair? Now, when we get to next year, we'll obviously have a better answer as to what that will be, and then who knows whether there'll be a judicial review instigated by anyone or not. So we'll see what happens then. But bringing the point back, I mean, it's actually good to hear some rational debate. I think when we met in the beginning of September, I think it was, there was a lot of emotion, let's say. But in my division, nobody asked for local government reorganisation. I didn't want it. I don't think anybody in this chamber really wanted it, let's be honest. But what we do know is that Keir Starmer and Angela Rayner at the time issued their orders, and whether we like it or not, we are required, and it would be irresponsible not to submit a serious, workable proposal. If we don't, the government will impose one, regardless, and that is the reality. So the choice was simple. We either deal with the situation pragmatically and responsibly, or we derelict our duty and do nothing, but it won't go away. The majority in this chamber chose the first path. 2 unitary authorities, one for the city, Broxtowe and Gedling, and one for the rest of Nottinghamshire, is the only option that meets the government's criteria that they laid out. The criteria included creating a single tier of government, which is the obvious one, having the right scale for financial resilience, delivering sustainable high-quality services, and strengthening neighbourhood-level engagement. And that's a key one. This 2 unitary model is the only configuration that passes every single part. Now let's deal with the geographic reality. Government guidance is clear. Use district boundaries unless there is a proven evidence based case to break them. There isn't. Broxtowe and Gedling are, whether Councillor Smith and Councillor Adams and anybody over on any side of the chamber disagrees with that, they are intrinsically part of Nottingham. I think when you drive into places like Arnold and Carlton, you are essentially in Nottingham. And again, that might be an unpopular opinion, but it is pretty much fact. Basically, they're part of it economically, socially, and in transport patterns. In most cases, but not all, they fit within an urban-based unitary. Rushcliffe, by contrast, is more rural, more dispersed and separated by the Trent. Its communities sit naturally with the wider county. Again, geography, economics and common sense, and not political. We did examine alternatives, of course we did. And those alternatives identified greater risks with disaggregating services. Splitting the districts, if that indeed does happen, will be a disaster, generating higher cost, a greater implementation cost, and unprecedented structural upheaval, putting the whole timetable in jeopardy. So yes, this is the least disruptive option. It's the option grounded in evidence. Now, what do residents want? Well, we know that most don't want LGR. That's a fact. We know that. But as we've said, you can blame Labour for that. What we did hear in the engagement, that ultimately, what residents ultimately want is that their bins are emptied, so they want reliable service.
30 seconds, councillor.
Okay. They want proper value for their council tax and better roads and public spaces. No doubt Councillor Smith will rant later on that this was all done behind closed doors. We heard it in Overview Committee a few weeks back. He knows that was garbage and his group knows it. So, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to follow Councillor Stoll. I won't want to disappoint him, but I might disappoint him because I'm not going to be ranting. Because this is the final debate in this chamber before the LGR submission to government. And I think we'd like Councillor Robertson says, we've trod on it, tread through it, did you say, several times. But it's important we debate it again at length and everybody's having their say because it's the biggest shake-up to local government in 50 years we've seen. And as has already been mentioned by lots of speakers today, no councillor in this room was elected to on a platform to merge Gedling and Broxtowe into the city. We've already seen and we've heard, and I'm sure I'll get another letter of complaint from the Deputy Leader of the City Council, who should probably spend more time sorting out his own finances than watching how it's done properly here, but so be it. Nottingham City 2 Section 114 notices, which is the same, I will add a caveat, the same as declaring bankruptcy if you run a business, and they lost £38 million of taxpayers' money on Robin Hood Energy, which is resulting in less services being delivered across Nottingham City and council tax going up. I think that's factually correct. I'll await Councillor Cullen for our letter to arrive if not. Now, residents in Gedling and Broxtowe that we all represent in this chamber as Nottinghamshire County Councillors did not vote to be part of that. They did not vote in May or at any point to be merged in with that failure and utter mess. But today, again, and as previously happened, Reform councillors are going to vote for that. Disgraceful that the few Labour councillors that are left are going to vote for that, and they wonder why they've not got many colleagues with them on the benches at the moment. Wait till this gets out later today. And the reality is, if you look at the consultation response notes, only 10%, Councillor Barton, 10% of residents who took part in the consultation are saying to you, go ahead with it. Go ahead with option 1B. 10%. Is it 1%? Is it 1%? Oh, well, somebody's added a zero to my my fact sheets. Page 514, it says, approximately 10% of respondents support option 1B. So 90% or maybe 99%. If it's 99%, better for my argument, Councillor Barton, thank you very much. If it's 99% of residents are saying, don't do it, don't vote for 1B, and we're all here today, not to represent ourselves, but to represent the residents who put us here. We've asked the residents a question, and you're effectively going to vote to ignore them yet again. And on the Brexit point, I shared your frustration, most of you who were voted to leave the EU, that we voted out and then the government of the day did everything to restrict it. And I was probably on the same protest with you, saying, why are you ignoring me? You're just about to do the same thing you protested against many years ago. And I think we need to reflect on that and listen to the public. The Conservatives' option that we voted through this council earlier this year was an option for Nottinghamshire only. We understood that the government had enforced us to put forward a plan, and we had the Nottinghamshire only deal. Councillor Wright's shaking his head, probably because I'm a Conservative saying that. I wonder if he's shaking his head at the leader of Leicestershire County Council, who is pursuing One Leicestershire, which is going to save them £30 million a year. I wonder if you've spoke to George, who's far more eloquent than me and younger than me, leading Warwickshire County Council, who just last week put through his cabinet the One Warwickshire plan. Did you shake your head at that, Councillor Wright? No, because it was Reform doing it. Reform elsewhere across the country are pushing ahead with county-only options, and it's only here in Nottinghamshire that you're not doing it. Absolutely. And the benefit of pushing forward with a county-only option is we will save £8 million. £8 million that we can give to Councillor Green to put into family hubs and hire more foster carers to help Councillor Doddy deliver his Nottinghamshire plan. £8 million we can put in Councillor John's schools to improve the buildings. £8 million that we can put in the roads for the Cabinet Member for Roads, Councillor Bingham. That's what the £8 million delivered on the back of saving LGR can do, and we should be doing it. This is the one and only chance, final chance, to say no to option 1B and option 1E, because everybody under the two plans that are being debated across the county at the moment will be worse off. They'll be worse off, they'll receive worse services, and they'll pay more for it. We had months, you Reform have had months since the last debate to get round the table and come up with other options. You've wasted that with behind closed doors discussions that achieved absolutely nothing. I employ on everybody in this chamber to vote down this LGR option and wait for the ministers to send us a letter, and let's go down to London together and tell them what Nottinghamshire really wants, which is no worse services and no higher taxes. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Wilmot.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'll just make a statement first. I do have an open mind, believe it or not, and of all the things, the decisions that we're making today, and I will listen to the whole debate before making any decision. Madam Chair, many of my residents feel that reorganisation of councils seems to them to be a serious mistake. The government says they say that the government seem to be railroading the decision through without any thought of the community that we represent. Of the people that I have communicated with on this issue, and it's hundreds, they feel that the government have already made the decision without due consideration of what people think. They feel that it is a political decision, but we have to be realistic. The government are so far behind in the polls, any decision will not help them in any way. Many people have said to me they want councils close to them that make decisions for them, not people in faraway places who do not understand the problems that some areas have on putting all the councils. I say, if we put all the councils together, it will not help those areas with high deprivation. In their opinion, residents that are saying bigger is better attitude will not improve the delivery of high quality and sustainable public services. And the view that all areas will work together is stargazing because each area has different problems. Some of my residents have said making a decision for all might not be the right answer. However, my residents have told me it does not matter how we feel, this project will happen in any way. Now, I've been doing a lot of research, a tremendous amount of research, and this is what I've come up with. Staffordshire councillors unite to oppose reorganisation. All 62 members of Staffordshire County Council have united to call on the Prime Minister to abandon plans for local government reorganisation in the county. In a cross-party letter by the council leader, he said they support greater devolution and the transfer of decision-making powers to local areas, but warned that structural reorganisation is unnecessary and risks becoming a costly political experiment. New unitaries in the south to cost over 12 million. The creation of new unitary authorities in the south of England is due to cost councils millions of pounds. The LGR plans to create mega councils in places of county and district councils will reportedly amount to over 12 million in 2 years. Freedom of information requests from ITV News Meridian revealed that local authorities in Essex, Kent, Sussex, Surrey, Oxfordshire, Hampshire and the Isle of Wight councils have had to set aside 11.2 million to fund the move. Can that be right? We go on to government urges to stop reorganisation, or should I say government urged to stop reorganisation or face massive car crash. Government should be told to stop the local government reorganisation or face a massive car crash, a county leader facing unitary authority has warned. Devon leader has warned delegates at the County Council Network Conference, we are going to end up with a worse system. It will take years and years and years to get the payback, if there is any payback at all. And finally, Chair, local government reorganisation. What it matters. Local government reorganisation in England could threaten local identity and accountability. Changing the structure, functions and responsibility of local councils in England, if often involves merging or restructuring councils to improve efficiency. The government plans for local reform are wrong. Setting out plans for a new wave of local government reorganisation will not work. The aim is only to move away from England's two-tier council system.
Councillor, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Chair. That's my thoughts. I've spent many hours on it, and even though I didn't come to the meeting here, I was totally involved with the district council for 3 weeks, solid weeks on this issue, so I am informed. Thank you.
Councillor Fascio.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I've been challenged to stand up and not vote for this. But then what is the alternative that I should be voting for? What is the plan that's been put forward by the Broxtowe Alliance that is not none of the above, when none of the above is not an option? How are we going to respond to the statutory invitation to come up with a new local government unitary if we're not putting forward an option? Local government's changing. We've been asked to redesign councils that are fit for this changing landscape, fit for the future, using our expertise as councillors and that of our council officers. It is our duty as community leaders to put forward a proposal to government. Residents don't care who delivers services, they just want them delivered. I want to make my neighbourhood, my area, my city, my county as good as they all can be. And this is a chance to design new councils that can do this. People say these proposals aren't perfect. Perfect is impossible to achieve. But this is an opportunity to design something that can work for us all. And a lot of good work has been put into this proposal. That's why I will be supporting this proposal. And You might say, Councillor Adams, that language doesn't matter. As an English graduate, I have to say I disagree. And I fully reject the language that's been used against councillors, myself included, who have chosen to engage in the process and be constructive and look at the proposals put forward, calling us traitors, calling us betrayers, selling our area down the river, couldn't be further than the truth. And when my 10-year-old son looks over my shoulder and sees memes that have been made of me with the word betrayer ahead of me, above my head, and asks me, Mummy, if someone was going to kill you, do you think it would be in the news? That's when it's gone too far. So I will be voting for this proposal.
Councillor Brill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Smith will correct me if I misheard him, but I thought during the debate on our council plan, you said, Sam, that you didn't think LGR would be happening. Is that right, Sam? I think you did say that, thank you, which slightly contradicts what Councillor Lee was saying about it definitely happening. For reasons we don't need to go into now, there are serious doubts as to whether the government is actually going to get this legislation through the House of Commons. It can't even get its Employment Rights Bill, which was a manifesto commitment through the House of Commons. But anyway, just on the judicial review point, it sounds, Jodie, as though you might have had a conversation with the lawyer while you were eating your turkey over lunch. Okay, you got 9 out of 10 on that, Jodie. Just one point, the rationality point. Councillor Clark made this point. If there are criteria on no splitting of boundaries, and if, as people are suggesting, and as I suspect myself, that we are going to get a decision by a Labour government, which is primarily designed to bail out a Labour City Council. And I'm not going to get into the Labour City Council point again. I've already made the point fairly, I think, about population numbers in the city. But if that is the decision we are going to get, then they are wide open on judicial review, I can promise you that. And more to the point, it doesn't really matter whether you win or lose on the judicial review, because the timetable for this whole LGR process has been so ridiculously compressed, so inadequate in terms of consultation, that the delay is going to potentially knock the whole thing off the legislative timetable anyway. And as for ramming it through by way of Act of Parliament, well, by the time we get to mid-late next year, so we'll then be into 2027, the idea that the government will be able to draft to get through the House of Lords, get past its backbenchers, there's no appetite for this, as I understand it. It's not even any appetite for it for the current Member of Parliament from Gedling. How they will get this through the House of Commons, I do not know. I really want to address the point that Councillor Cullen made, in respect. We're almost talking as if this is it, this is the end of the process. It's the end of the consultation. There is a whole load more to come. Yes, I would love to say no to LGR. We would all love to just say no to LGR. We wouldn't have had all these workshops and debates. We could have just all pressed the big red button that says no and go home. There is no big red button that says no and you go home. What you have to do is play the game smart. I think Reform UK Nottinghamshire has played the game smart. We have potentially got get-out clauses to stop this happening. Thank you very much.
Councillor Girling.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I think anybody sat in this chamber that thinks any of these options are a good option for the people of Nottinghamshire needs to give their head a wobble. And we're really going for the best option out of the bad options, and that seems the way it's going. And it's really interesting to see the Reform councillors trying to distance themselves from the decision they're going to be making by saying, "Oh, it's the government making us doing it." But there's lots of mixed messages going on from Reform, and not surprising really. Some have been to more parties than Katie Price. You know, if you just look at the parties some have been in. Anyway, so Councillor Barton, for one, has been saying he doesn't want this to happen, but we've got to do it, got to act like adults. You know, we've got to do that. But then his opening address in terms of the LGR and the option they're taking, it's the most wonderful thing in the world. Read your word. Well, it is. So you do think this is the right thing to do. Oh, well then. Oh, that's no, that's not what you said in the opening speech, mate.
So you know, it's about, you know, you're bigging it up one thing, you're saying we don't really want to do it in another, and you're trying to con the people out there, and that's what's really disappointing from my point of view, and being told we're not open-minded. Well, I'll give you open-minded. If you think back to the last meeting where we spoke about this, one of the things I said was, let's reject all of them, let's all get together and go and sit down and try and get what the best option for Nottinghamshire is. And you voted against that. So you're not so open-minded yourself, are you? So, you know, you had the opportunity then, you had the time to do it. There's lots of criteria that had changed at the time, yeah, before going to press, during the time when you went to press in your options and actually coming to the meeting, which we brought the letter and held it up, and you all disagreed with it. You didn't agree that it actually existed, but now you do. You know it's there. You had the opportunity to come up with something that was right for the people of Nottinghamshire, and you failed to do that. That's the bottom line. That's your legacy. That's what you're voting for now. Yeah, so I'll be voting against this because I don't think any of the options are best for Nottinghamshire. I represent Newark. Yeah, Newark's not going to be affected by it in terms of being in the city, thank goodness. Yeah, and my view is completely different to yours in the city, and I'm from the city. I was born in it. Yeah, but Newark, under these proposals, along with Retford, is going to end up being the cash cow for the north part of that authority, because that's where all the council tax is going to be coming from to pay for the services. That's where all the money is. And that's going to put extra pressure on the people of Newark and Sherwood, which I don't think is right for them to bear the brunt of your mistakes. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Justice.
I wasn't actually going to stand up and speak about this one, but I've heard a couple of things that made me decide maybe I have to. Like most of us, I think I regarded local government reorganisation with a degree of scepticism when it was first debated. And being a dual hatter, obviously, I'd had some experience of it in the district council as well. And I have to disagree with Councillor Wilmot when he says that local services will suffer and that there are no opportunities here. And I have to agree with Councillor Fascio that there are opportunities and that things can work. And I reflected on this for my own portfolio area. And in the portfolio of communities and public health, the benefits of merging what the district and borough councils do with what the county council does will bring about benefits in a unitary authority. If a unitary authority oversees things like housing, education, safety, green spaces, community support and lifestyle options, then there are more opportunities to offer integrated services. So I feel I can't actually agree with what Councillor Wilmot was saying, that it's going to be an entire disaster. We have to find ways of making it work. And this report on option 1B sets out how that will happen. And in Appendix D, it sets out neighbourhood public services and neighbourhood health. And each area has been given due diligence in this document. And for that reason, I will be voting in favour of those options in 1B. Thank you.
Councillor Lawton.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'm speaking on behalf of my residents in this particular issue. I spoke up quite recently when we were discussing what my view on reform is, and what my view on LGR is, and slight Freudian slip. I can tell you what I think of you guys as well, but I'm sure you wouldn't like that. So you know, you go back to 1972, the last local government reorganisation. The process started in 1972 and was implemented in 1974. In 1997, they had to reorganise the whole thing because it wasn't working, and that's where we are today. We are putting forward a proposal that won't work, that's going to have to be reorganised and redone at a later stage and will cost our residents an absolute fortune. And if we're not prepared to say that, then more fool you. More fool you is what I can say. So, you know, many of the reform councils, the way you've taken over, I think it was 10 or 11 or whatever it is, you know, have recognised this, that you've actually looked at it and said we need more time, Minister. We need to be able to work this out properly. We need to liaise with the City Council. Keith is absolutely right. It's liaise with Nagat. You know, I've already spoken to Nagat on this particular issue, trying to persuade her to go out of the route that she is putting forward, because the likelihood is, Keith is absolutely right again, the likelihood is the Minister will do what she's going to do. He's already spoken to him. He's already got the Minister on his side. She knows exactly what she's doing, and we have just completely ignored the situation and gone ahead and proposed that this 1B on the basis that's what we want. I am not prepared. I totally agree with Councillor Cullen. I am not prepared in this chamber to sell the residents of Gedling and Broxtowe, and for that matter, Rushcliffe, down the river. I'm sorry, not prepared to do it. And if that means not voting for something and having no proposals going in front of the Minister, then that's so be it. But I am standing up for the residents. And the reason why I say this is because of the cost implications. I mean, this thing has cost £1 million. You know, you lot were elected on the basis you weren't going to earn any consultants, and you've just spent £1 million producing a doorstop, because that's what it is. I'd love to know how many people in this chamber have actually read all these papers. I can assure you it's nil. Have you read them all? Well then, more for you. You must be sad. Anyway, so, but let me tell you the implications and why I'm saying what I. So if we go for your proposal, we're going to end up with 90% of the cost, with 75% of the income. Now, if you believe that local government reorganisation is going to make savings, you are living in cloud cuckoo land. EMPCA has cost a fortune. Your police and crime commissioner has cost money. It's cost lots of money to you as individual taxpayers. Whenever local government reorganisations, it never makes savings. It doesn't work. All they do is employ more civil servants. COVID, 500,000 civil servants extra that we're paying for with our taxes. That's what happens with situations like this. And if you don't believe it, look in history. History tells you exactly what is going to happen. Now, if we end up with Nagat's proposal, which we're likely to end up with, we're going to have 88% of the cost and only 68% of the revenue. We're going to be 20% poorer. As councillors, we're going to be trying to deliver services in Ashfield and Mansfield, and we will not be able to afford it. How many times have you got to tell you that this is what is happening? They're not my residents. My residents are going to be the cash cow, as Keith has pointed out. It's your residents that are going to suffer. It's your residents you should be supporting. You shouldn't be supporting Councillor Cullen. You should be supporting the single mothers in your area, the people that are accessing those family hubs. You are completely and utterly ignoring them based on the fact that what your leader is telling you to do.
30 seconds,
And that
Councillor.
is completely and utterly wrong. You are being driven, puppets on a string, as my leader pointed out, by Lee and Nigel. That's where it's coming from. Wake up. It will destroy you. Thank you.
Councillor Wheeler, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So, as a Rushcliffe member, today, unfortunately, I'm going to be voting for this option. I say unfortunately because on the leaflets I put out in May, I was absolutely clear that I said to my residents I would vote for whatever option would have the best chance of keeping you out of the city. And being that fact this is the only option on the table tonight because our option wasn't allowed, this is the decision and the quandary I'm currently in. So I think it's worth saying though, when people say, in terms of what we tried to do to avoid getting it, at Rushcliffe we tried to put another option, which would have 2 county councils around the existing city council, And bizarrely, the councils in those areas that we were trying to help as well didn't want to go for it. And so the fact that we are now in this position where it's literally this option or none is quite frankly down to them, I'd say, rather than ourselves at Rushcliffe, who tried to do our best to help them and those residents. What's absolutely clear, I think, from speaking to residents on doorstep, which I did in May and have been doing since, is they don't want to be part of an expanded city council because they feel the culture would still be the same that's currently there. For example, just even now, where they're saying their finances are much better, they're still getting rid of their meal service, you know, which is therefore supporting the most vulnerable people in the city. They're getting rid of it. And, you know, but here, we protected that under our administration, under the fantastic work of Councillor Scott Carlton. We made sure we protected our most vulnerable people. So for a council and a party that always tries to take the moral high ground and say we are horrible conservatives, etc., to make that decision just how cruel they are, and that is why our people in Rushcliffe fear being part of that culture and that leadership there. In fact, they're still putting through student houses to be built instead of family homes. People in the city want to live there, want to bring up their families, can't, because they're told, no, want you here, we want students instead, even though we've got empty student homes there. They won't put any council tax in, and then they wonder why they're in the position they are. So it's that culture our residents want to stay away from. It's not about the geography, it's that culture. So that is why I'll be voting for the Rushcliffe option. And on this side of the room, we're not penalising people who are voting with what they promised the resident they were doing. We're supporting that, in fact. So, Madam Chairman, I'll be supporting the option 1B today. Thank you.
Councillor Suddington.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, I've listened carefully from what everybody's saying. And I think, to be fair, if I asked members to put their hand up who came to this chamber today wanting a reorganisation, I don't think there'd be many hands up if the truth were told. I can see Councillor Gowland, but I'm not surprised. There has literally been insufficient time to look at this properly. As Councillor Lawton has said, when the last reorganisation happened, it went wrong. Who here today can say this will go right? We are being told by a government to do something. They can't even run the country. We have more U-turns from them than enough, and they're trying to tell us what to do in local government. I'm here to represent my residents that I do represent, which is from a rural area. They have begged me to not vote for county to go into the city, any part of it, because their rates will increase. We've got a budget sometime soon. Goodness knows what people have got to pay. If the council tax goes up, people are not going to be able to live. And that's something you need to be thinking about. I go to 23 parish councils, and they have asked that we don't put them in a situation where they've got to pay because certain boroughs have been moved into the city, a bankrupt city, to pay off their debts, and the rural residents are going to have to take the problem and pay more rates. It is not fair. It is not right. I'm here to represent my residents, and I am not going to go back to parish councils next week and say I voted to put certain areas into Nottingham City, and I'm sorry, your rates will have to go up next year. They're horrified at the very thought of it. I'm here to represent the residents, not to represent the government in London. They probably won't be there much longer, yet they're telling us to do things that they don't know themselves. They've had more U-turns than enough. How do we know this isn't going to be a U-turn? And we're standing here today voting against our residents. And I certainly won't be voting for this. Yeah. No way.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I wonder if we'd be having this same debate if parts of Bassett Law were being cherry-picked by Sheffield City. I've got a feeling we might have a bit of a difference of opinion from over here. I think it's probably quite disturbing to say that every Conservative that's stood up today I agree with, and I don't think I'd ever hear myself say that. But looking seriously at the cost, not the cost to this council, but it's the cost of the people that pay towards this council. Page 499 already states there that Broxtowe at the moment will be paid an extra £106 per property, and Gedling is bandy, of course, and Gedling 105, yet the cities goes down by 108. If that's not robbing Peter to pay Paul, I don't know what is. And of course, that doesn't include the expected 5% increase as well. So Broxtowe residents could potentially be looking at an extra £231 a year based on this year's figures. I don't think that's acceptable in the present climate, financial climate at all, and we shouldn't be doing. Certainly a Labour government shouldn't be doing it. Councillor Robertson said reform had no policy in LGR. Was that right? So I was heading out to the toilet on the way. Oh, right. But you've so your policy is not to enact LGR, but you're going to enact LGR. Is that right? I don't think we should get into a debate, but that's what you said. All right. Okay. Councillor Barton, you were talking about one authority. This is going to be two. And in the second one, which is the enlarged city, and I'm afraid that's looking like that's the one that's going to be going through. A lot of the people that are going to be part of that are very, very unhappy about being part of that. And it's interesting now, Councillor Walker-Gurley, that the city don't want Eastwood in this setup. Well, we know why. Eastwood's probably the most deprived area in Eastwood, and it'll cost in Broxton. It'll probably cost the city too much money. And they want the cherry-picked rich areas to get income in. That's all right. That's fine. And while I'm on Councillor Walker-Gurley's comments, we've been talking about LGR for ages and ages and ages, well before you all came on the scene. So we do know what we're talking about. And the last time I looked, this is not a planning committee. We've all made comments whether we're for or against local government review. If it were a planning committee, that would be predetermination. But it isn't a planning committee. You know, as members of this authority representing people, we can have views before votes on these items. We put leaflets out all the time with those views on. So the nonsense that we haven't got open minds is just doesn't wash with me. All I was going to say, summing up, is that my residents don't want to go into Nottingham City. Like Councillor Gowland said, her residents feels they're part of the city. I can tell you now, Beeston residents and Bramcote residents do not feel part of the city. Certainly not Stapleford residents do not feel part of the city. And if this goes through, I have to say this now, and I really mean it as a way of advice, if you like, rather than a threat. If this does go through against the wishes of the vast majority of people of this county, they will never forgive reform and they will never forgive the Labour Party. Thank you.
Point of clarification, Madam Chair. Point of clarification.
I will hear it now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, because I don't want Councillor Carr misrepresenting me, in my speech I said that Reform's position is not to enact LGR without consulting local residents. And I also pointed out that it's the Labour government that have legislated for LGR. So I don't want him misrepresenting and suggesting that I'm saying one policy position and changing it. So I just want to make that point. Thank you.
You know I work for the BBC.
Councillor Chowdhury wanted to speak.
Councillor Chowdhury, it's your turn to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm going to be brief and short. This report about LGR is fantastic with the Mick Barton. He's doing a fantastic job for the reform. And what it is from what I have today, regarding this scrutinized side. I disagree with Councillor Loughton and also Sam Smith and Councillor Lee, and also Councillor Carr. So I think what they're saying at the moment, it doesn't match whatsoever. There's a lot of savings going to happen if we go through. We've been forced to doing that, so please support Mick Barton. Thank you very much.
Councillor Dodd. Councillor Dodd.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to sort of bring up what Councillor Carr was saying there with the fact that you've been talking about this for such a long time and the time we've been in, and it's been kicked down the road for 10 years and various different Tories are obviously for and against. But the bottom line is you've had 10 years and all of a sudden we've not had time to discuss it. So you've had a decade to discuss it before we've even got here, and then pointing fingers that you've had little time. Thank you.
Councillor Wright has reserved his right to speak. Would you like to speak now?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to pick up on one or 2 points made. Newton, Sherwood, Rushcliffe have always been a cash county. They've always supplied the cash, if you like, for adult social care, which I'm proud to say this county delivers fantastically, particularly Keith in Mansfield, Bassett Law and Ashfield. That's not going to change. It won't change now. In respect of what Councillor Saddington said about the Labour Party, I couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. But I'm not too sure that Conservative Party should be making comments about poor government, really. Okay, so okay. Thank you to Councillor Neil Clark for his support, and thank you to Councillor Lee for his comments. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I think that's the way it will probably end. But that's not our job. Our job as an administration is to pick the best option that's going, and the best option that's going is in the doorstop, as Councillor Lawton says. That's the best option. Later, I'm sure, in his summing up, the leader will talk about his meetings with the city. To those who study history and go back and study council minutes of probably 2018-19 era, they'll know that I'm not a big supporter of unitary councils. I prefer district councils, and borough council, but that's not an option at the moment. We've got to do what the government has said we've got to do. A whole county unitary, I know you've supported that for a long time. Yeah. Why didn't you do it in 2017, 2018, whenever it was? But you didn't do that.
Point of clarification,
So,
if I may.
Option 1B is our choice. Option 1B is our choice. We'll have to do something. We can't sit on the backsides and do nothing, irrespective of what people say. And I appreciate what Council said over there about pressing the red button. There is no red button. We have to do something. And we have selected option 1B, and I trust people with a modicum of sense will support 1B as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt Councillor Wright, so he was right to tell me to shut up. Just a point of clarification on the 10 years we had to do LGR. We tried to do it. Councillor Wright, you were part of the administration, I think, at the time. We tried to do it. The problem was with the government legislation, which was the Conservative government legislation at the time that none of us agreed with, really, was that it allowed districts and borough councils to have a veto, as you probably well know, and some of the districts and boroughs across the county vetoed it. So it wasn't through lack of trying. That red button you say doesn't exist now didn't exist at the time either, because if it was, we'd have pressed the red button to remove the say of the district and boroughs and got on with it, because that's what we wanted to do at the time, but we couldn't. So the red button didn't exist either. Thank you.
Point of clarification, Madam Chairman, on the basis on the back of what Councillor Smith had just said. Yeah, the point of clarification. And had they agreed with us, we wouldn't be in the mess we're in now. And can I have a recorded vote, please?
Yes, please.
Councillor.
Can I a point of clarification for Councillor Smith? It may well have had something to do with the district council, but the chamber at the county hall voted it down. And I'm pleased to say I was one of them. Thank you.
Yippee! Councillor Carr, you mentioned you've been talking about this for. We're not talkers, we're doers. There's been a lot of people talking about this. We've only been in 6 months and we've dealt with it. Guess what? We've dealt with it. We're putting a proposal forward today that's the best option. And it really is a gilt-edged option. The officers have done a brilliant job on this piece of work in such a short space of time. And the reason that is because the previous administration have not dealt with it. And you have had 10 years to deal with it. You mentioned, Councillor Lawton, you mentioned MCA. And your group invented that model. And because you didn't get a leader who was elected, you don't like it anymore. We're here to deal with what we've got to deal with. LGR is here and we're going to deal with it. We've been the brave party and we've dealt with it. And it's funny how the Newark people, you look over there, Sam, and look past your people in Rushcliffe, and you mentioned you're going to deliver something to London. Only 3 or 4 people clapping, you ain't got much support. I know somebody who's got a Mini. If you drive it to London, you'll get your own idiot for your supported option. As well as your 4 mates on Facebook. As well as your 4 mates on Facebook. But anyway, so we are where we are. I think that's been some good debate. And we have got to come up with an option. We've only got till next week to deliver it. We can't just sit. If we sit down, then the Labour group in the north are going to get their option. And that's not going to work. That is not going to work. So, and yes, I have met Nagat. I've met her on several occasions, and we tried to work a model up in the early days. I've done my job. I've met with all the leaders, and I've asked their opinions. And guess what? Nagat's fallback option was 1B. Same as Robert Jenricks, your MP in Newark. He's supporting 1B. There's only 4 or 5 here, not. So anyway, that's by the by. The Nottinghamshire model is the correct model for us because it's a safer and faster to implement the city council option, which breaks up 3 districts, and there isn't going to be a city. The city's going. It's going to be one new unitary, and it will work. We've all been elected in this room to make decisions. Most residents don't really care. They don't even know what LGR is. We get elected to make decisions. We get elected to make decisions. That's our job. That's our job. And guess what? We're doing it. We're doing it. And that's what you've got to do. You've got to be brave. I'm a proud district councillor for 23 years. I won't be a district councillor because I can see the end game. This will improve for the residents when I've gone and all of us have gone, for generations to come. And that's how we've got to look at it. We can't be selfish. I'm not being selfish about my district council job, which I'm very proud of, same as a lot of other district councillors in this room. You can't hold that to you. We've got to look for our children and our families and their future. And I think this is the best option, delivered properly. What the Labour government will do, I don't know. Nobody knows that, do they? I don't even think the Labour government know. But we've got to come up with the best option. So this option will keep the economy strong, highlighting Nottinghamshire as an innovative, creative core city. Sorry, Nottingham with a creative core city, with a county that is founded on industry, clean energy and opportunity. The neighbourhoods will be balanced, fair, with sustainable populations and areas that reflect their real communities, align with our partners, and will be strong to fit well within the MCA health and policy boundaries. That will work. We will provide a clear accountability and trusted leadership to the people we all serve. And that's our job. I see this as a vehicle for public service reform, a simple, strong model for government to back, and they will back it hopefully. We can deliver the national government reforms
in our neighbourhoods across the greater Nottinghamshire. I put this forward with the addendum, and I would like everybody in this room to support it because I feel it is the right option and the way forward. And I would like to thank for about the third time all officers because I know they've worked really, really hard on this. So thank you to all those that's worked on it. You've done a fantastic job. Thank you.
I have had a request for a recorded vote. I need 10 hands, please, to...
Okay, members, usual drill. I'll call your names out in order. If you could indicate nice and clearly using your microphones, please, whether you're for, against or abstain. This is for the recommendations in the pack and the addendum. And we'll start with Councillor Mike Adams.
For Gedling, against.
Against. Councillor Adekoke.
For.
Councillor Answer.
For.
Councillor Barton.
For.
Councillor Bestwick.
Against.
Councillor Bingham.
For.
Councillor Bite. Councillor Brill. Councillor Andy Brown.
For.
Councillor Kev Brown.
For.
Councillor Butler.
For.
Councillor Carr. Councillor Chowdhury.
For.
Councillor David Clark.
For.
Councillor Neil Clark.
For.
Councillor Clooney.
For.
Councillor Cox.
For.
Councillor Cullen.
Against.
Councillor Dale.
For.
Councillor Dodd.
For.
Councillor Doddy.
For.
Councillor Faccio.
For.
Councillor Gamble.
For.
Councillor Girling.
Against.
Councillor Gould.
For.
Councillor Gowland. Councillor Green.
For.
Councillor Introna.
Against.
Councillor John.
For.
Councillor Justice.
For.
Councillor Lawton. Councillor Lee.
For.
Councillor Limber.
For.
Councillor Lukacs.
For.
Councillor Mann.
For.
Councillor Mason.
For.
Councillor Matthews.
For.
Councillor McCormack.
For.
Councillor Om.
For.
Councillor Pepper. Councillor Rawson.
For.
Councillor Rich.
For.
Councillor Robertson.
For.
Don't worry.
Councillor Saddington. Councillor Siemens.
For.
Councillor David Smith. Councillor Sam Smith.
Against.
Councillor Stoll.
For.
Councillor Upton.
For.
Councillor Walker Gurley.
For.
Councillor Ward.
For.
Councillor Wheatcroft.
For.
Councillor Wheeler.
For.
Councillor Wilmot. Councillor Kelvin Wright.
For.
Councillor Martin Wright.
For.
Councillor Simon Wright.
For.
We'll add them up. Bear with us.
Councillors. Fours, 46. Against, 11. The motion is carried. Yes. Item 11. Executive report. Key issues and activities. As set out in the Constitution, the leader has provided an executive report. The leader will move the receipt of the report for noting and may make a short statement introducing it. No other members may speak on this item and no amendment can be tabled. So I call upon Councillor Barton to move that the report be noted and speak on the report for up to 10 minutes. Councillor Barton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This report seeks to update members on various matters relating to my portfolio and the work of the executive. For myself, I attended the following MCA meetings. An MCA board meeting on Monday the 22nd of September at the University of Nottingham Jubilee campus. I attended an in-person workshop on Thursday the 2nd of October here at County Hall. An MCA board meeting on Monday the 13th of October at the Museum of Making Derby, followed by a meeting with the Mayor Clare, and I did an hour with her in the afternoon, questions and answers to the business community, which went very well. I also went to a Transport and Digital Connectivity Committee, which I chaired on Thursday the 20th of October at Derbyshire County Council in Matlock. I also chaired the LGA Fire Services Committee. I've attended the following meetings. A Fire Commission meeting on Friday the 26th of September in London. I attended a Fire Services Committee induction on Thursday this 8th of October on Teams. I attended a Fire Services Committee hybrid committee meeting on Thursday the 9th of October on Teams. And I'm also on His Majesty's Inspector for Constabularies and Fire Services Rescue. And I also attended a meeting with those on the 4th of November at the Crown Plaza Hotel. A Fire Services Committee lead member meeting on Monday the 10th of November as well. I had the pleasure of also going to the Inspire Awards on the 18th of September. I attended the Inspire Awards at the Central Library in Mansfield, together with our chairman of the council, John Gould, who joined me in presenting the awards. We had a lovely evening, and it was a pleasure to see so many inspirational young people. It was a real nice thing to do and be there. I also met up with the Lord Lieutenant and Deputy Lord Lieutenants, with the CEO. I was invited along by the CEO to meet up with the Lord Lieutenant and Deputy Lord Lieutenants from all over the county at the Airspace College in Newark. It was a very interesting evening where I delivered a speech around all of the work that we, the Reform Group, are doing here at County, and also how we are delivering on our manifesto initiatives and what we're looking forward to in the future, as well as LGR, would you believe? We also went to the Family Contact Centre. Work is underway to build a new Family Contact Centre in North Notts. It was great to have a look round and see what progress has been made so far. I look forward to returning when the work is complete. As most of you know, and I'd like to thank you all for coming to the Macmillan Coffee Morning on the 1st of October. It was well attended for the Macmillan Cancer Research, and we raised an incredible £785,000. £785, sorry, it's been a long day. It's a very worthy cause, and again, I thank you very much for everybody who gave and attended. The A614 update. The approval of this scheme is a significant step forward for the council. The final element of the funding has come on the back of comprehensive full business case, which was submitted by the council and the DFT. The scheme will unlock significant economic development along the route, including housing, as we are proud to deliver the improvements for the benefit of Nottinghamshire families and communities. Rufford Ford, near Rufford Country Park, has been closed now for a few years due to dangerous driving, which has been filmed for social media, etc. Many people would like to see this Ford open again and the road open. It is my intention that we look at opening the Ford with various traffic calming measures in place, for example, speed cushions, chicane-type curb extensions designed to slow traffic down on approach, floodgates for when the water rises, along with a water depth gauge and electronic warning signs and CCTV. This is a public right-of-way and a public highway, and once we have alleviated the antisocial behaviour and resolved the safety aspects, I'm sure will be a positive resolution for opening the road in the new year. You can have your say on this when the public consultation goes live next month. We also had, that the Chairman alluded to earlier, a visit to the National Rehabilitation Centre, which I went with Councillor Robinson and Councillor Doddy. We visited the National Rehabilitation Centre and we had a tour of the building, which I believe it will be a huge asset to this county. With all the specialist care and equipment, they will be changing lives for the better. Forest Town Remembrance Day. I attended the Remembrance Parade in Forest Town in my ward. It was very well attended, like it always is. It was great to see so many residents out in the street supporting the veterans, serving soldiers and cadets and other representatives. As Vice-Chairman of the Forest Town Royal British Legion branch, I do get involved in the community and we put silhouettes up, and we have just raised over £15,000 just in Forest Town for the Royal British Legion with a poppy appeal. That was just in 11 days, so well done to everybody involved. It's amazing. That's it, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
I'm calling Councillor Doddy to second the motion.
I second the motion and will refuse to speak. Thanks.
Thank you. This to note report has been received by the Chamber. (12A) Questions to the Leader of the Council on the Executive Report, and there are no questions on the Executive Report. 12B Questions to the Leader, Cabinet Members and Committee Chairmen. As set out in the Constitution, we have 60 minutes remaining for questions to the Leader, Cabinet Members and Committee Chairmen, after which any remaining questions will receive a written response. There will be a maximum of one supplementary question, which must be from the member who asked the original question. The supplementary question should be on the same matter and should be in the form of a question, not a statement. I have received notification of 13 questions. Question 1. I call on Councillor Bestwick to ask your question regarding council savings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the Cabinet Member please tell us why the administration's purported planned savings will not be delivered until year 3 of the MTFS, a time frame that will mean this council will, in all probability, no longer exist?
Oh, I call on Councillor Matthews to reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank Councillor Bestwick for his question. And here's me thinking I'll be answering this question at Overview Committee next week. I work on logic, and if you want to transform our services, then it takes time to do so. Funny enough, this is pretty much the same logic that the former administration came to when they approved their budget last February. But let's not dwell on that. But let's turn to the plan set out in my report to the Cabinet on the 6th of November. Before I talk about the savings plans, I thought I'd remind everyone what we inherited. Their last financial plan said a deficit of 18.5 million. When we took over the council, we took over the council company car. It was an 8-year-old BMW blue in colour.
we had to put the car on the ramp and do an MOT, or as we call it, an MTFS test. We changed the tyres. They were bold and flat. Then we had to change the steering wheel. As the previous administration were obviously travelling down the wrong financial road. Because we found the actual financial plan was understated and is now nearly worth £62 million. We must rebuild the engine, put it back in the car and perform a new MTFS test for an efficient, modern county council vehicle. The savings plan shows 18.3 million next year, reducing to 15.5 million the year after and 11.1 million in the third year. My maths, and I may be wrong, so I'll be grateful if my deputy would help. My maths starts with a big number and then reduces over the following 2 years. Not the suggested way that Councillor Bestwick set out in his question. Maybe his calculator needed a bit of a repair. So why did I include the third year when there is potentially, after the vesting day of the new authority, that too is set out in Cabinet report on paragraph 12. Basically, I wanted to demonstrate to our residents and our auditors that the County Council will be solvent even if LGA happens in 2028. And what happens if LGA was delayed by a year? Our medium-term financial strategy deals with that. I'm sure you'll be asking me a question if I didn't cover that possibility. And Councillor Bestwick, once again, my door is still open, and you can pop into my, you can crop that into another video for your social media.
104,000 views.
I'm here. Very good. Nice to see you smile, Bruce. It's lovely. Well done. I knew there was a smiling face there one day, and it's great to see at the end of the day. Well done. Also, Sam. Well done as well, Sam. Now you put me off my throne now. You're completely it's on anyway. My door's always open, Stuart. It's on the same floor of previous administration. If you can't find it, Sam and Bruce can bring you. Simple. Let's not look back. Let's forward together. And again, I mean together. Bring your ideas. Let's work together for all the people in Nottinghamshire. Not bickering, going backwards and forwards. I will conclude. We know our responsibilities, and that is why we plan to deliver most of our savings before LGR. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Bestwick, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Matthews. There was no mention of biscuits, so I probably won't be joining you, but thank you anyway. My second question, does the Cabinet member agree with me that these proposals are not savings, they're not planned savings, they are cuts to services with no regard to residents' needs? And does he further agree that the message to Nottinghamshire residents from this administration is clear? Don't be young, don't be old, don't be vulnerable, don't be sick, don't be down on your luck, and don't put faith in this reform administration to do anything but put up flags.
I call on Councillor Matthews to reply.
Well, you made me laugh anyway, Stuart, because I don't think that was a question or an answer or a thing. I've got no idea. But when you come and see me, I promise you, you will get caramel shortbread with chocolate on top, because I know that's Bruce's favourite. Somebody's told me that. But honestly, Stuart, I've never heard so much nonsense as all my life on that, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Question 2. I call on Councillor Stoll to ask your question regarding S106 contributions in Calverton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could the start again. Could the portfolio provide details of current and future Section 106 contributions that the County Council have received from residential developments in Calverton, to include details of what contributions have been received and due to be received, how this funding has been allocated to date, level of the current unallocated balance, and details of any future known Section 106 contributions in the pipeline from new developments? Thank you.
I call on Councillor Bingham to reply.
Thought you'd gotten away with it today, didn't you? The County Council would request Section 106 contributions from developers to fund new school places, classrooms, nurseries or SEND facilities. The Council, I'm going to round the numbers up, otherwise they are to the pence. The Council have received contributions of 2.17 million for the provision of primary school facilities associated with residential developments in Calverton. 324,000 approximately is expected from the new Langridge Homes development south of Main Street when the trigger points have been reached, but this is not expected for some time. To date, the Council has committed 1.485 million of this funding towards work at Sir John Sherbrooke Junior School, which will comprise new teaching spaces, a new library and the provision of a hygiene suite, as well as 247,000 towards the acquisition and refurbishment of a former office space adjacent to St Wilfrid's C of E Primary School. There remains an unallocated balance of £440,000 approximately for works to primary schools in Calverton, and officers are exploring options with Manor Park Infant School. A further £324,000 is anticipated to be collected for works to St Wilfrid School associated with housing which is yet to be delivered. The current amount of unallocated Section 106 monies for primary education is £441,000 from the Persimmon development on Park Road. The County Council has also collected 1.585 million for the provision of secondary school facilities associated with residential developments in Calverton. To date, the Council has committed 35,000 for feasibility and design work to deliver a new building for teaching music and drama at Colonel Frank Seeley Academy. The balance will be committed in due course following the outcome of the feasibility work and subsequent approval of the Cabinet member for Edam. A further £195,000 is anticipated to be collected for works to Colonel Frank Seeley Academy associated with housing which is yet to be delivered. A further, I thought I was repeating myself, just one moment. A further £195,000 of the same amount is expected from the new Langridge Homes development south of Main Street when the trigger points have been reached, but this is not expected for some time. Aside from education, the County Council has collected £399,000 for public transport infrastructure and services within Calverton, which is largely uncommitted at this time. Officers will continually review available developer contributions to ensure they are spent within the required timeframes in liaison with elected members where needed. Other than outlined, there are no further Section 106 contributions in the pipeline. Gedling Borough Council also takes Section 106 contributions from developers, along with community infrastructure levy payments, CIL payments, from developers, of which 25% are passed down to the parish council to use on projects in their parish. Gedling Borough Council will be able to provide information on their Section 106 and CIL receipts and expenditure. Thank you.
Councillor Stoll, do you have a supplementary question?
Indeed, Madam Chair, I do. I'd like to thank Councillor Bingham for his answer. Given that Sherbrooke School and St Wilfrid School have now both received substantial funding Would the Cabinet members support the remainder of the unallocated balances being directed to Manor Park Infant School in Calverton to be used to replace an existing building which is in a very poor state of repair and enhance the facilities for pupils with SEND needs at the school, provided that the project meets the criteria to receive these Section 106 funds? Thank you.
I call on Councillor Bingham to reply.
Yeah, I'd be happy to support the use of any unallocated balances being directed to Manor Park School for this purpose. This would be a decision for my colleague, Councillor Walker-Gurley, in his role as Cabinet Member for Economic Development and Asset Management.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Question 3. I call on Councillor Sue Saddington to ask your question regarding SEND demand.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question is to the Cabinet Member for Education and SEND. Does the Cabinet Member expect a reduction in SEND demand and EHCP applications over the remaining years of this Council, including pressures on SEND transport and other funding demands? Thank you.
I call on Councillor John to reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. No, I welcome the opportunity to respond to any concerns, thank you very much, to any concerns that any councillors or residents have in regards to SEND demand, or as I refer to it as SEND demand, and assumptions underpinning its our financial planning. So first, let me be absolutely clear that we recognise the national and local pressures of the SEND services. The rise in education, health care plans, EHCPs, is well documented, and Nottinghamshire is no exception. National evidence shows this. This trend is continuing, and our own figures confirm this. We do not dispute that reality. But our approach is not based on fantasy figures or wishful thinking. It is based on clear evidence-led strategy to improve outcomes for children and young people while managing resources responsibly. And this is also depicted within our Nottinghamshire, wonderful Nottinghamshire Council plan for the next 4 years. So we await the publication of our SEND white paper, which will set out how the overriding demand for EHCPs can be met in alternative ways. This is a critical piece of national policy that will help to shape future provision. In Nottinghamshire, we are already acting, however. We are transitioning into our newly designed statutory SEND services with additional capacity for SEND pathway officers, such as our Ed Sykes, doubling up. Their role is to work with our families at the earliest stage to ensure the right support is in place without necessarily requiring an EHCP. Revolutionary, I know. This is about meeting the needs earlier and more effectively. So we are strengthening inclusive practice through our district inclusive practice teams and inclusion services, working closely with education settings to keep children in their local schools wherever possible. This district model, working locally, helps to avoid unnecessary long journeys for our children when suitable provision exists within their own communities. On transport, we are actively considering options to mitigate inflationary cost pressures. This includes giving parents more choice about how transport is provided and promoting cost-effective solutions without compromising our children's well-being. Eligibility, I can't say that, criteria are being applied diligently, and for older, younger people, we are investing the travel training to help promote independence, addressing the SEND travel reforms that we're working towards. So our focus remains clear. Early intervention to reduce reliance on EHCPs where needs can be met through inclusive practice, local provision to keep children in their communities, responsible financial planning that balances costs pressures with the duty to support vulnerable children and families. Madam Chair, this is not about gambling with children's futures. It is about building a sustainable, inclusive system that works for families now and in the years ahead. We will continue to monitor demand, adapt our approach and ensure that Nottinghamshire remains committed to meeting the needs of every child. Thank you.
Councillor Saddington, do you have a supplementary question?
So if you aren't forecasting any reductions, can you tell me why has Councillor Matthews included large send and send transport savings into his 4-year plan? Have you formally raised concerns with him about that mismatch? And have you plans to recruit to the vacancies which exist and currently show a saving? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So from what's been presented, these are, I believe, they are mitigations, the efficiency savings, okay, that we are making by actually by applying methods like transport support training for our young people. So we are looking at different methods that will help to reduce those costs, those travel costs for SEND. In regards to the rest of your question, I'm so sorry if I've not caught it, but I'd be happy to answer that in writing if you allow me to. Thank you.
Question 4. I call on Councillor Doddy to ask your question regarding smoking cessation. Councillor Doddy, just.
Question 4. According to the World Health Organization, tobacco kills 1 in every 2 users from a smoking-related disease. What measures are our public health department championing to make Nottinghamshire a smoke-free society? Smoke-free society being defined as a society where fewer than 5% of people smoke. Thank you, Chair.
I call on Councillor Justice to reply.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for your question on this important topic, Councillor Duddy. Nottinghamshire County Council recognises the importance of tackling smoking and its associated harms and is committed to reducing smoking prevalence within the Nottinghamshire population. Smoking remains one of the greatest drivers of early death, poor health and health inequality, both nationally and across Nottinghamshire. And whilst we acknowledge recent progress to reduce smoking prevalence in Nottinghamshire, we know we have further to go. Our public health colleagues are leading work with the Nottingham and Nottinghamshire Smoking Tobacco Alliance and are driving a whole systems approach to reduce smoking by 5%, also to 5% or lower by 2035, and to create a smoke-free generation by 2040. A suite of work is ongoing, focusing on 4 key themes in the 2025 to 2028 Joint Delivery Plan. These include helping people to quit smoking. The local service Your Health Nots offers smoking cessation support in community venues, in workplaces and in pharmacies. They supported 2,707 people to quit in the 2024-2025 reporting year. Specific work is being completed to target vulnerable groups such as schemes like Swap to Stop, which offers free vape kits, and the use of digital tools. We are also supporting the effective regulation of tobacco products and sales. We are tackling illegal tobacco sales through trading standards, through police partnerships, and through community reporting campaigns to reduce the number of cheap cigarettes on our streets and the harm that they do. We are undertaking prevention and engagement with children and young people through school-based prevention educational packages, which are promoted to all Nottinghamshire secondary schools. This includes vaping prevention pilots and youth-led campaigns to help reduce vaping amongst children and young people. Interestingly, whilst the Premier League has banned smoking across all its stadiums, there is no smoking ban on the sidelines of children's and teenagers' football matches. As well as being unhealthy, this must set a bad example from the sidelines. The Smoke-Free Sidelines project has been co-designed with the Nottingham and Nottinghamshire Football Association and sets out to create healthy smoke and vape-free spaces across grassroots football clubs in Nottinghamshire. 14 clubs have signed up so far, with a further push on recruitment of clubs planned in December. I know of 3 grassroots football teams in my division, in the Selston division, and I'm going to be approaching them to sign up. And I would urge all members to join me in that. If you've got grassroots teams in your areas, try to get them on board with this. It is so important, the message that is sending to young people. And we need this to be a smoke-free area. So if you do have any that you want to bring forward, let me know, and I'll get you to link up with the public health team who are handling this. Thank you.
Councillor Doddy, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes. Surprisingly, bearing in mind that was such a comprehensive answer to the first question, how could I possibly have a supplementary question? That was so smoke-free sidelines, absolutely brilliant. Love it. Yes, I do have a supplementary question. Yes. Bearing in mind, Councillor, that women who smoke cost the NHS twice as much as women who don't smoke. Premature labour, intrauterine growth retardation, stillbirths, and that terrible condition, SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome, where every second day some mother somewhere in the country wakes up or finds their baby inexplicably dead, but largely put down to smoking. Do we have a specific intervention, a specific way of targeting pregnant women in Nottinghamshire to try and improve the statistics? Thank you, Chair. Good question.
I think Councillor Dodd is just trying to get me to use my voice more and more. I've been suffering with laryngitis, I think some of you realise.
Councillor Justice to reply.
So there are specific areas which are targeting this. We have a smoke-free pregnancy pathway in maternity services. So if you're pregnant and admitted to hospital, you'll be offered NHS-funded tobacco treatment services. And that's tailored towards the pregnant lady and to their partner. We have the Saving Babies' Lives Care Bundle, which identifies smokers via CO testing and provides in-house support from trained tobacco dependence advisors. We also have incentive schemes, shopping vouchers to encourage pregnant women and partners to quit smoking. We support smoke-free hospital sites and also hospital sites now across Nottinghamshire are smoke-free. There are also specific public health-led initiatives. We've got the health promotion campaigns like Smoking in Pregnancy, which we aligned with Baby Week to raise awareness of harms. A Smoke-Free Spaces campaign to encourage smoke-free homes for pregnant women. We've also had a policy change to allow vapes as an aid to quit smoking. Your Health Knots provides smoking cessation pathways. And finally, the Love Your Bump campaign promotes smoke-free environments for expectant mothers. And this is supported by all local authorities and the NHS. Thank you.
Question 5. I call on Councillor Carr to ask your question regarding funding for banners. Oh, sorry, flags.
Yeah, thank you. Question to the Cabinet Member for Transport and Environment. Can the Cabinet Member for Transport and Environment advise me where the £75,000 for erecting flags and banners on lampposts has come from?
Thank you, Councillor Carr. The question's changed very slightly because you did add the word banners, which I've been intrigued from the start that the media's been fascinated with flags and cost. These are banners on highways. They're an investment for the council. Yes, I can answer, and I will break down the £75,000 figure in a moment for you. But the banners themselves are meant to recognise county events, national events. They're a marketing tool, multi-purpose, and they're going to be there for many years, maybe 10 to 15 years. The major part of the investment is in the brackets, not the actual banners. I'll give you some costs. The banners cost approximately £86 each, and with the amount used, that totals to about 16,000. I think that's £16,000 for about 180 banners. The figures probably changed slightly. The brackets cost about £200 each, so that would total to 37,000 roundabout. This is an allowance. There is an allowance, sorry, of £50 for putting them up, because obviously it's got to be done safely and properly, which will discourage, hopefully, the public from climbing ladders as well and potentially falling. In the latest national sport or craze. That comes to 71,000. There's an additional £4,000 for contingencies, basically for maintenance or any unexpected costs. So as I've said, that it is an investment. It's in marketing banners to go on banners, at the entrance to major conurbations. They'll start going up, by the way, from next Monday, is the latest news. Thank you very much for your question.
Councillor Carr, do you have a supplementary question?
It wasn't an answer to the question that I asked. Okay.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, the question was where did the money come from? It's funded from council corporate contingency funding. Okay.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Councillor Gould, do you?
Yes, I do.
Carr, see what you're doing.
I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right, we're both confused.
yes.
So would you like to speak?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Could the Cabinet Member explain to me he's just answered it, and yes, quite right, it's the same as what it says in the delegated decision report, which says the estimated cost of the installation of future maintenance and removal is £75,000. This cost will be met by corporate contingencies. Yet in the Worksop Guardian, the leader of the council has said, if I can find it, excuse me a minute, the money has been spent on the banners, was found through savings and has not been taken out any other pot. Which is it? Is it from savings or is it from contingencies?
Councillor Bingham to reply.
As with the BBC, I don't believe the leader of Bassetlaw Council, if that's the quote that's being used, as a matter of course. I don't know where their information came from. Well, we'll give you the accurate answer. How's that? Yeah. Okay. That is the latest information. That's where it came from. Thank you. Workshop Guard.
Question 6. I call on Councillor Neil Clark to ask your question regarding best value principle.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's a question to the Cabinet Member for Economic Development and Asset Management. Does the Cabinet Member believe that the best value principle should be adhered to for sales of land and/or assets that belong to the Council?
I call on Councillor Walker Gurley to reply.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Yes, and I anticipate your supplementary.
Mr. Clark, do you have a supplementary question?
Well, surprise, surprise, Madam Chairman. I've just managed to think of one.
Oh, no, you are.
Oh, yes, I have. Is it Christmas yet, Madam Chairman? No, no. Okay. All right. So, in September, you agreed a sale of land at Westdale Road, Jacksdale, at, and I quote from the report, a considerably lower price. The sale of land at Ganston remains protracted and delayed, with the consequence that the value of the land keeps reducing. How can these two examples, of many others, be adhering to the best value principle, and what discussion did you have in arriving at the lower price of land sale?
Councillor Walker Gurley to speak.
I'm going to try and avoid making it political. So this was started a while ago, Jacksdale, before obviously I took over. If I was going to keep it simple, let's just say there's a comprehensive report outlining the history and the factors involved, and I can supply you with that afterwards.
Sorry, just a point of information, Madam Chairman. 22nd of September. Yeah, 22nd of September, Cabinet Member for Economic Development and Land Asset Management.
I'll elaborate. So the way that we're doing things now, since we've come into power, is we're investing more pre-planning all these kind of surveys beforehand to avoid things like this happening. So simply put, like I said before, we've got the report and I'll supply you with that so that you can see it. Moving forward, we'll have less of these issues.
Right. Question 7. I call on Councillor Introna to ask your question regarding outcomes from flooding motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I have a question for the Cabinet Member for Transport and Environment. If you'll allow me, you will remember at our last full council, this chamber came together unanimously to support residents of Nottinghamshire regarding action on flooding protection. I received many positive comments from residents who welcomed this chamber working together, and I thank them all for doing so. Thank everyone in this chamber for doing so. Given the issues of the past week, it seems even more pertinent to ask, following on from our motion, can I ask the Cabinet Member specifically what outcomes have been taken to implement the commitments agreed, what outcomes have been achieved so far, and what the anticipated next steps and timescales are? Thank you.
Thank Councillor Introna for the question. Clearly we've met since the last meeting, and before the last meeting we'd already written to DEFRA asking for more powers, etc. It received a lukewarm response, which was your letter is noted and we're filing it in the bin, I think. Now there is a serious part to that they will be looking at statutory position, considering it, but when that outcome might come, I have no idea. That's from the Secretary of State. Now, we've also written to the Mayor and local MPs only recently, so we're waiting for a response from them, where we're seeking additional lobbying power for us in terms of getting more funding, basically, for what we require, both in terms of mitigation and flood defences. The timescale, therefore, is in their hands. When when we get a response, we'll be able to comment on that in more detail. We did have, as you know, Storm Claudia last week, so we're already carrying out schemes such as property flood resistance. 400 properties have been measured up and fitted with flood doors, etc. Non-return bricks we're working on, and I think Councillor Doddy referred earlier to natural flood management schemes such as the one down at Trowell. There is one going in actually up the other side of Shire Oaks, but I think that's barely commenced. So it'd be very interesting to see what the result of those is when it comes in, how they're performing, etc. We've obviously got the community flood signage scheme and many volunteers. And I was out on Friday night myself, met a volunteer out on the Captions workshop, which you'll be familiar with, and managed to get the EA out. The agencies reacted very well, prepared very well on emergency, on the notice of the flood risk being raised. And as you know as well, the Canch gates cause a problem in Worksop Town Centre, so we got the Environment Agency out to open them. There's modelling going on in 6 different hydraulic studies around the area, and we do have financial and specialist support through partner-led projects. So in answer to your question, we're basically building on, continuing on everything that was already in train, and going to be pushing for more funding. And if it's not direct, which it can't be through MPA at the moment, for example, is getting them to support us in lobbying government for more funding. How successful that will be in the present climate, only time will tell. Thank you very much.
Councillor Introna, do you have a supplementary question?
A very brief one, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Bingham, for that response and comprehensive response. Would you be privy to sharing some of that communication and having a meeting on the subject with me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Question. I call on Councillor Neil Clark to ask your question regarding County Hall and Trent Bridge House.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Another question to the Cabinet Member for Economic Development and Asset Management. In 2023, the previous Conservative administration committed £500,000 to develop a business case for the future of County Hall, including the car park and the class building. That investment was intended to unlock further funding and deliver long-term savings for this council. Given that the reform-led administration has now scrapped the Oak House move and appears to have abandoned plans to relocate staff to Trent Bridge House, could the Cabinet Member please update the Council on 3 points? First, what has happened to the £500,000 business case investment? Secondly, what progress has already been made on the works at Trent Bridge House? And finally, how does this administration now intend to deliver the savings and income that the original business case was designed to achieve? Thank you.
Councillor Walker-Gurley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Conservatives spent £500,000 to develop the plan, not Reform. Reform has not scrapped Oak House. We have simply changed direction. Times change, administrations change, challenges change, and so on. As you're aware, we currently have the multi-agency safeguarding hub and customer services operating from the building. It's also an efficient building that in the coming years will pay for itself, no matter the use. And moving the MASH team here has also saved the council money. Oak House was originally designed and built as offices for the relocation of services such as adult and children's social care, the customer service contact centre, and the multi-agency safeguarding hub. It was part of a programme to reduce the number of council buildings from 17 to 10, taking us away from rented property at the cost of £200,000 per year to a site that we fully owned. Trent Bridge House remains a useful asset that will be utilised effectively and its use is included in the options appraisals for County Hall. I'm sure you'll understand that considering our choice for option 1B for local government reorganisation or the Greater Nottinghamshire plan, that should we be successful, the building will be part of the Nottingham Council. Therefore, moving here now before any final decision on LGR would be an extremely poor decision. I have directed officers and colleagues at ARC to begin options appraisals on County Hall, and a paper was recently approved for funding to address some of the short-term maintenance issues at County Hall whilst we consider long-term options for the building. When it comes to the asset management side of my portfolio, our main focus since taking over has been to ensure smart investments, pre-sale, as I touched on before, in order to maximise the value of our assets and parcels of land. Things like topographical surveys and pre-planning agreements require investment in the short term for massive long-term gains. It's nothing new, but we're focusing on it now and making sure that we're doing this a lot more than ever before. Our capital receipts programme will bring 120 million over the next 4 years, money that will be reinvested in assets to use to maximise savings through smart, efficient, strategic developments. Thank you.
Councillor Clark, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do, Madam Chairman. I'm not quite sure was it exactly an answer, but there's going to be we're going to be talking about £30 million being spent on upgrading County Hall, bringing it back to being fit for purpose. And there's £1.7 million a year being spent on running costs. Then the costs on Trentbridge House that's now not going to be used for the original purpose. So Reform was elected on the promise of saving money. Can you explain, please, where this money is coming from and how is this saving money when we're spending a lot more?
Point of order, please, Madam Chair. I don't need to be petty, but with respect, Councillor Clark's asked 3 questions in one. So it's section 54, and then he's asked 2 there in one. I don't need to be petty, but it opens the precedence up to open 4, 5, 6 questions in one. Just thought I'd mention it.
Madam Chair, the question was accepted by the monitoring officer.
So, and what I would say to members is we're going to be tightening up and being clear with everybody that it's 1 question and then 1 supplementary going forward. But we want to treat everybody equally.
I call on Councillor Walker-Gurley to reply. Thank you.
I'm going to smile and offer you to come. My door's open as well. So seriously, you would know a lot more about how we're working, and the way that you guys worked is very old-fashioned. It's very outdated. So I'm going to be dead serious and smile when I say it. Please do come and see us because my door is open, and I would appreciate. Honestly, you'll be surprised at some of the clever stuff that we're doing moving forward is very, very different to what you guys used to do.
Yeah.
Question 9. I call on Councillor Smith to ask your question regarding summer internships at the council. Councillor Smith to speak.
Old-fashioned is answering the question.
Thank you, Chairman. You can see why Councillor Bingham answered an EDAM question earlier. You deserve a pay rise for doing the EDAM's work for them, Councillor Bingham. The council's website, Councillor Barton, states that eligibility for summer internships is restricted to those who identify as having a disability, conditions, long-term health conditions and mental health conditions. A Nottingham University student contacted me to raise concerns about this approach that excludes other students who may wish to gain valuable experiences but do not meet those criteria. They call it criteria. I would call it discrimination there. But while supporting opportunities for those with additional needs is important, could the leader explain why the council has chosen to limit access in this way and whether consideration can be given in the future to offering a more inclusive basis so that all students have a fair chance to apply?
I call on Councillor Barton to reply.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I'll be honest, I think you may be better placed to answer this question yourself. as this refers to an opportunity that was advertised during your tenureship as leader of the council. Applications that you've just gone to is for the summer internship, which was advertised on a Facebook post on the 24th of March 2025. The closing date for applications was the 6th of April 2025. But anyway, to answer your question, we do have a wide range of initiatives and programmes aimed at giving valuable experience to students that have offered an inclusive basis open to all. A replacement scheme with University of Nottingham offering a 10-day placements twice a year. Grades for Nottingham and Nottingham's Consultancy Challenge. Our graduate programme open to Nottingham residents and graduates of Nottingham University. In addition to our internships, we offer an open work experience scheme. The summer intern scheme referenced is an initiative aimed at supporting underrepresented of disabled people within the workforce and recognises the additional barriers to employment that they can face. One of our recent summer interns from Nottingham Trent University said, and I quote, "I applied for the leadership through Nottingham University to gain work experience in my career field in local government. The role as a business analyst aligned with my passion and experience. Working with the Strategic Insights Unit was a rewarding opportunity to contribute to improving lives of vulnerable people, children, and this internship has led to me gaining a permanent employment within the council." Thank you.
Councillor Smith, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Leader, for that question. Lovely to hear of the experiences from that individual, but obviously I've heard an experience of somebody not being able to get onto the course. So can he confirm if this summer internship is advertised again next summer, will it be open to all in the future? Thank you.
Councillor Barton to reply.
I think I just answered that, but I'll say yes. We support all our staff in wanting a wide range of people to work with us from different backgrounds and cultures. We will always want to do that, and why wouldn't we? With skills, experience, behaviours needed to provide excellent services with our residents, and I fully support what you've just said.
Question 10. Unfortunately, Councillor Jackson is not here, is no longer here, so I will move on to question 11. So I'm now calling on Councillor Adams to ask your question regarding council vacancies and apprenticeships.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Recent figures show that unemployment in the UK has now risen to 5% and youth unemployment nationally is around 14%. I believe this rise has come as a direct result of the recent increases in national insurance and business rates imposed by the Labour government, the failing Labour government. Decisions that have clearly hit jobs and growth. Given this, what is the council doing to support people back into work, fill our own vacancies and reduce our reliance on expensive agency staff by investing in apprenticeships and opportunities for young people here in Nottinghamshire?
I call on Councillor Matthews to reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, at least we're all smiling today anyway, and we even got a smile from Mike as well, so I think they should have gone to the chair for it. That's it, we've got a photograph. I took my scarf off because I've been that cold, so anyway. But I think I should have gone to the Councillor for Economic Development, but I got some information from the HR department and I'm happy to reply. The Council is working closely with EMCA to influence the shape of employment and skills programme funded through the government, to maximise the opportunities for Nottinghamshire residents and to focus on those who need support most to get back into education or into work. Officers are reviewing the role of council-owned company, Futures, to access some of this government funding to target our needs, not in education, employment and training. And I think it's important we all agree that the younger ones are finding it a lot more difficult than what we ever did. You know, when in our days, and I'm older than some of the people over there, you could get a job tomorrow anytime. It's not that easy now. As part of our employment and skills strategy, we provide a range of opportunities for young people across Nottinghamshire, work experience opportunities, apprenticeships open to all, We have an excellent success rate with our internal apprenticeship programme, with over 90% of apprenticeships going on to a secure permanent jobs with us. A quote from one of our apprentices: "I began my career at Nottinghamshire County Council in June 22 as a recruitment level 2 apprentice, then completed a business administration level 3 apprenticeship in 2024. After that, I secured a permanent role in the skills and employment team." That's great news, and we want more of that. Throughout my time at the council, this is him speaking, not me. Throughout my time at the council, I felt supported and encouraged to develop my skills further in my career. That's a great testament to Nottinghamshire County Council. Apprenticeship programmes specifically supporting young people aged 16 to 19, care experience, young people, economically active, and we all know how we need more young people in the care sector. We're desperate for that. 312 apprenticeships currently in the council. That's a great number, 312. We should be proud of that. Everybody in this room should be proud of that. Yeah, good. Thank you. We might get a smile as well from you one day, son. Come on, Bruce, you're smiling again, son. I like it. Come on, Bruce, smiling again. Hey, Neil, we've had Neil smiling, and we've even had a panto from Neil as well. What more can we ask? Sorry, I'm off the stream again now. 312 apprenticeships currently in the council supporting career paths and development. Help retain staff, and that's what we want, young staff in our council, we keep them. Helps retain staff, reducing reliance on agency workers. And a little thing on agency workers, since we've been in control, we've done a lot of work on agency staff, particularly in the social sector. And we're on target over the next 12 months to save 1.2 million gross on that. So that's a good achievement. Graduate development programmes. Work closely with schools, colleges, universities to identify opportunities and pathways to employment for young people. All our job opportunities are open to all, that means all, and widely advertised across a range of media. All these schemes reduce our long-term reliance on, again, agency staff, which we don't want to pay any agency staff. Why should we pay agency staff an extra 30 to 40% when we can employ our own staff? But that's been a modern theme for so many years before us, and we're determined to stop that. This has led to numbers of children's school workers agency staff nearly halving in the last 18 months. So that's some of your credit as well. And that's the information I've got, and you know, that's enough for you.
Councillor Adams, do you have a supplementary question?
He said he hopes not.
Yes, I do, Chairman, thank you. Just on your futures point, I think the City Council owed £1 million on that, and they've scrapped that, sadly. It's quite a good scheme, I believe. As far as the administration is concerned, during our time in administration, we lobbied the government to reform, pardon the pun, the apprenticeship levy to allow more money to be spent on supporting people into work in Nottinghamshire. Does the department under your leadership plan to do the same thing?
Yes. We'll certainly look at that. But I've got to congratulate you again, Mike. We have a bit of a bet in our council and at cabinet of how many times you're going to congratulate yourselves on what the work you did previously. And the last cabinet meeting, you congratulated yourself 18 times. And one of the men broke a world record doing it in 26 seconds. But well done. Thank you.
Question 12. I call on Councillor Wilmot to ask your question regarding report on flooding caused by Storm Babette. Now, we only have a few minutes left, so please.
Be quick. Thank you. This is a question to the portfolio for transport and the environment. Flooding that took place in Greenwood Vale, Greenwood Avenue and Redwood Court in Hucknall during Storm Babette made life a misery for the residents of the area. A wave of water came down the road that was alarming and totally unprecedented. Now the residents are asking, and still asking, what caused this flooding to occur and what remedial work is proposed by the flooding team to alleviate the problem. At the time, a report was being set up by the flooding team with answers of why problems occurred. That was last October. Why is it taking so long? And is there something to hide? Thank you.
I call on Councillor Bingham to reply. There will be no supplementary questions because we just don't have time.
Well, regarding the supplementary question, you can always ask me after council. I don't like the point at the end. This is a storm that well predated our tenure, if you like, and yeah, officers have been working on it, which I'll comment on. So there's nothing to hide, no. Storm Babette devastated over 1,140 homes across the county and 121 businesses. Hucknall received 126 millimetres of rain in less than 3 days, following weeks of persistent rain that had already saturated the ground. Most people probably have memories of that storm. This meant water couldn't be absorbed and quickly overwhelmed drainage systems. Sadly, around 92 properties in Hucknall were internally flooded, with Greenwood Avenue and Redwood Court accounting for 27 homes in total, triggering a Section 19 report which provided context on the complex flooding mechanisms which devastated this community. I'll just make a point there that Oak House is currently being developed all around. I don't know the details of the Section 106 with the local authority, etc., but there need to be significant for upgrading road systems or drainage or anything else that's going to be affected in the long term. I think that refers to a question I had earlier. The Greenwood Vale Avenue areas of Hucknall sit in a location at risk of flooding, with areas in flood zones 2 and 3, as well as a risk of surface water flooding. This is due primarily to the local topography and the presence of 2 watercourses that serves a large upstream catchment. These watercourses are mostly culverted underground and converge a short distance downstream of Greenwood Avenue. The location is also downstream of Dog Park Reservoir, a surface water reservoir that is designed to reduce the risk of flooding in Hucknall, which was beaten or overwhelmed on this occasion. The flood team had boots on ground during the event and spoke with the residents impacted. Since the event, consultants have been commissioned to undertake an in-depth study of the assets to provide further understanding of the hydraulic performance in the area. The flood team have revisited residents impacted to update on the process, and via East Midlands have inspected the condition and operation of their assets which will include culverts, of course, which has shown nothing of immediate concern, and they continue to receive monthly maintenance visits to prevent things such as blockages. Notts County Council, Nottinghamshire County Council are working with Bayer, who have commissioned the installation of a bespoke remote monitoring system for one of the critical assets that controls flows. This will be installed by the end of March 2026. Bayer have also done some investigations into the connectivity of their highways drainage systems alongside the A611, and these are being shared with the consultants in order to provide as complete an understanding as possible. Sadly, flooding is complex and there is no quick fix. The results of the study and hydraulic modelling include options for reducing flood risk and are expected to be with us early in the new year and will be made available. Once we have the study, we will consider the implementation of mitigation measures. The other thing about the time that this can sometimes take, of course, is that we do have constrained resources, and that includes officers, and they reacted brilliantly last weekend to the latest storm. So thanks to them. Thank you very much. Thank you for your question.
Councillors, we have completed the 60 minutes allowed for questions. All remaining questions will receive a written answer. Item 13, notice of motions. Just hand that over.
So members, you'll have noticed that we're running right up against the amount of time that we need to conduct a motion from start to finish. So with thanks to group managers and group leaders, monitoring officer has talked through an approach to make sure that we can get motion 1 done in the time that's available. But bear in mind, we need to have had closing speeches and a vote before 5:30. So the way that we're proposing this will work, with thanks to Councillor Cullen and Carr, the motion is going to be moved and seconded with a 5-minute maximum timetable. We're aware that there's an amendment that'll be moved and seconded again with 5 minutes. Should that be accepted as the substantive motion, we will have a short amount of time for debate before we'll need, through the chairman, to bring the debate to a close to allow time to vote. But there should be time for us to do that if you are concise in your contributions. So with that, back to you, Chairman, to introduce Councillor Cullen to move the motion.
I call upon Councillor Cullen to move the motion.
I thought, Madam Chairman, I rise to propose the motion as in your pack, Madam Chairman. And what I want to say about it is it's a very strange thing. I can't recall as a councillor having to bring forward a motion on something as basic and fundamental to democracy as the right to free, open and independent press. It's astonishing, I find, that I believe not everybody in this chamber would agree with me. Obviously, quite obviously, we all want to put Nottinghamshire on the map, but we want it for the right reasons. We want it for our heritage, our innovation, our communities. When international news outlets report that we have a problem with press freedom, it does nothing for our reputation or our economy. The recent ban on Nottinghamshire Live by this Reform Council was not just a local spat. It made national headlines. It drew condemnation from across the political spectrum and even attracted comments from overseas. And more than 40,000 people, it's a big number, more than 40,000 people signed a petition calling for the ban to be lifted. And it was lifted, but in part, and only after weeks of pressure, legal challenges and widespread criticism. Let's remember what's at stake. The council controls over 1 billion of public money. The public deserves to know how that money is being spent, and national media will not cover most decisions made in Nottinghamshire. Local journalists will. And yet, instead of welcoming scrutiny, Reform tried to shut it down. The decline of local news is already in crisis, and since 2012, more than 300 local publications have closed. And there's no news deserts where communities are left in the dark. In that context, we are lucky to have papers like Nottinghamshire Live, whose reporters actually attend meetings and sit through the whole meeting, speak to residents and do all of that. Now, of course, you know, this motion was supposed to be heard at the last meeting, but it was talked out and it nearly didn't make it to this meeting. So I'm grateful for you allowing it to be heard. We don't want a council where we shut down legitimate debate. Committing this council to be an open and transparent with journalists is a democratic necessity. Even the Tories managed it while they were in charge, and therefore their former Prime Minister was known to hide in fridges rather than ask questions from the media.
Not inherited.
So we don't need to be thin-skinned in this chamber. We can take the scrutiny, we can take the questions, and while I accept that, you know, some of the facts have changed since I first proposed this motion, at least in terms of the ban being lifted on Nottinghamshire Live's access to events and press releases, I'm asking this council to support this motion and lift whatever remains of the ban and properly engage with all media outlets. Whatever your reasons for this mishap in the first instance, Councillor Barton, I hope you'll agree with the resolutions of this motion and vote for it, and we can finally put this matter to bed. Let's pass the motion and guarantee press access in all future council dealings and recommit ourselves to openness, transparency and accountability. Councillor Gould likes to remind us about the Nolan principles, and this motion gives everybody in this chamber the chance to put the Nolan principles into practice. That's it, quick.
Councillor Carr, please. Councillor Carr to second the motion,
I'll
please.
second the motion and just point out that it is actually a good thing to be thick-skinned in here today.
Councillor Stoll.
Yeah, I want to propose an amendment, Madam Chair.
Could you just give us 1 second while colleagues hand it out?
Sure. Thank you.
So Jodie will speak, Terry will speak, back to Teresa.
Right.
And she's going to see. So we're going to have to be confident.
The amendment affected by the move of the motion. She's going to say.
Should.
Oh, it should be.
Say yes. Yeah, I just think it's there. So let's.
Councillor Stoll, would you like to introduce the motion?
Indeed, Madam Chair, thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Cullen, for your motion. Pretty much agree with what you've said, but this amendment actually takes your motion and makes it better, makes it stronger. And it recognises that that the amendment is focused and is balanced, that strengthens your original motion and doesn't actually change its intention. And I believe that actually once you've heard this, I would hope that all colleagues from all sides can support it. However, let me start with something and be very clear. Reform UK and this administration welcomes scrutiny. We always have. Tough questions, challenge, accountability, and that is the healthy backbone of political life. Now, let me get this on record. Councillor Barton and this administration have a good working relationship with the media. A free press plays a major role in that, and I'll be the first to acknowledge it. So nothing in this amendment takes away from that principle. But while freedom of the press is vital, it only truly works when people can trust what they read or hear. Freedom without fairness, freedom without accuracy, freedom without integrity, that doesn't serve the public. It just breeds confusion and mistrust. That's why this amendment matters. It adds something the original motion simply didn't include. Recognition that the press themselves operate under their own industry editor's code of practice. And in particular, clause 1, which requires reporting to be accurate, fair, and free from distortion. Those aren't my words. Those aren't Reform UK's words. Those aren't Councillor Barton's words. Those are the press's own professional standards. We all understand the role of opinion, commentary, and even satire in political journalism. There's nothing wrong with that. And in fact, it's part of the richness of a free society. However, residents have a right to see where the facts end and where the editor's voice begins. And we've seen nationally in recent weeks, most notably with the BBC, how dangerous it becomes when editing or presentation drifts into distortion, and then we're into the realms of what we now know as fake news. The Nottinghamshire public deserve clarity, they deserve honesty, and they deserve to know that what was said, not what someone wishes had been said. They deserve factual reporting first and then commentary second. The original motion spoke about freedom and scrutiny, but without this amendment, it lacked teeth. It lacked balance. It lacked reassurance for the very people who rely on local journalism to stay informed. This amendment does is strengthen the motion so it's actually fit for purpose. It supports the free press, it supports proper scrutiny, and it supports responsible reporting. The kind that builds trust rather than undermines it. Now, let's be honest. The reason this debate has come up again is because of a misunderstanding around whether Nottinghamshire County Council or any councillor banned the press. That never actually happened. Meetings did remain open. Access remained open. Some councillors simply, of their own volition, chose not to engage with some journalists, and that is their right. That is freedom of press. That is not a ban. That was a personal choice. However, this amendment doesn't dwell on that, but it does ensure the record reflects reality. It does say, yes, we support a free press. However, we also expect the press and the public, rightly, expect the press to uphold the standards that they signed up to themselves. The public expects nothing less, and frankly, neither should we. This amendment is a balanced approach. It respects the free press while standing up for accuracy. It strengthens the motion, gives it substance, and delivers something meaningful for residents. I hope you can support this. Thank you.
So, Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone. This is becoming a bit of an habit, me following Councillor Cullen. I don't want people to start talking that think I'm going to join that group. I'm not. I'm not. And just to put it into some perspective here, Councillor Cullen was dragging on some numbers there. 40,000 complaints of why we allegedly banned. We didn't ban anyone. We were happy to talk. But this amendment is important because it does give it teeth. And it makes sure that the press report accurately and not, as Councillor Cullen says, mishaps. It's always a misrepresentation. We want to stop that, and therefore, I fully support this and second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Cox, Cullen, sorry.
Cullen.
Definitely Councillor Cullen, yes.
Oh my goodness.
Do you accept this motion?
Oh my goodness. I cannot tell you how disappointed I am. I had sight of this amendment before this debate started, and I read it and I considered it and I thought that's pretty okay, I can go with that. Until the proposer turned it into an attack on the press. Until the proposer stood up and turned the whole thing into an attack on the press. And now, no, I won't accept the amendment because it's not in good faith. The wording of the amendment is absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with the wording of that amendment.
We're timed out
but
now.
the presentation,
We are timed out.
Point of order, Madam Chairman. It's within your remit to actually extend so that we can discuss. We can't propose and second a motion and have a propose and a second for amendment and then not progress with the motion. That is just undemocratic in itself.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That's really disappointing, isn't it?
So the way this will work constitutionally then, colleagues, in a moment, the Chairman will open a debate on the amendment. We'll be able to have a debate on the amendment, but we will have to make sure that unless standing orders are suspended, which requires a majority vote in favour, we will have to bring the debate to a close in order to have a vote on before 5:30. So back to you, Chairman, to open the debate on the amendment, because the amendment has not been accepted.
So, as chair, I open the debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not going to talk about Notts Live because they're not here to defend themselves, and I'm not like that. I'm a professional. But I did put a press ban on press releases leaving Nottinghamshire, and I've never had my say on that. And I did it to protect two of my councillors. And I'm not going to go into the detail, but that's why I did it. Would I do it again? Yes, I would. So I've got a job to do. I've dealt with all the other press throughout the county and the country and internationally. And I've done that for 40 years. I'll always do it. But if something's written that puts one of my councillors in danger, I've got a job to do to protect him, and I protected him. Now, all that went on. We've got a brilliant relationship with the local government democracy reporters, Lauren and Joe. We've got a great relationship with all press. I've got no problem with the press. But when something happens, when I've warned them about it, and then it happens and it goes into press and it puts somebody in danger, that's when I've got a problem with it. I'm not going to go into detail, like I say, because they're not here to defend themselves. That's gone now. I did what I did. And has a working relationship got better? Yes, it has. And not just for me, for that particular group throughout the country. They seem to have, I don't know, maybe got a bit more professional, I don't know. But from our point of view, we've got a lot better working relationship. And that's all we wanted in the first place. And I've got no problem with working with anybody from the press. I never have, never will. Thank you.
No, sir.
Councillor Penny-Garland.
Oh, sorry, it's Fatio. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, my mistake. Fatio.
Councillor Fatio.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I have to say that I kind of very much support the motion that Councillor Cullen's brought. My first two jobs were working for a newspaper. I'm a trained journalist. I worked for a local newspaper in Derbyshire, and then I spent 5 years working at the Chad, and I was a news reporter on the Chad in Mansfield and Ashfield. Working on local papers is actually where I learned about and developed an interest in local politics, because I had to report on council meetings when I was a local reporter, and that's where I found out what happens on local councils and decided I wanted to do that as well. The role local press has in reporting what councils and councillors do is essential. Journalists have a right to be here and to question us and question all politicians, and we absolutely need them to do so. It helps inform the public, and it's important for scrutiny of what councils do. Openness, honesty, transparency, these are more crucial than ever to our democracy, especially in this era of fake news, the dismissing of research experts and widely accepted truths. Having reporters here ensures that councils act properly and responsibly. I completely and utterly support the right of a free press, and I would urge everyone to engage with journalists and communicate with our local reporters. It helps them do their job of telling Nottinghamshire residents what this council does, what we are doing, and the reasons for what we are doing. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I thought all was going well when Councillor Stoll started speaking, but I should have realised I've never agreed with anything he said so far, so why start now? The amendment is a sham. It's a sham. And how that's written is basically, and the leader said it in his own words earlier, but how that amendment's written, particularly bullet point 3, is calling into question the professional standards of our press colleagues who sit at the back and across the country. And I take great umbrage with that. I think that is disgraceful to question their professional standards because you don't like what they've written. You don't like what they've written, so you question their professional standards. And then you say, we have no problem with the press, but if you write something else that we don't like, we'll ban you again. That is unacceptable. The moment we take a step towards not having a free and open press, we are taking a huge step into the very dark wilderness of somewhere where none of you may smile at the back, but none of you want to be in that place where we do not have a free press. And instead of coming with an amendment that makes you look like you for a free press, but what actually it says is say something we don't like and we'll ban you again. Instead of questioning publicly in this arena where nobody at the back has a right to reply, instead of calling into question their professional qualifications and professionalism, I've got an idea for you, Councillor Bingham, which will protect your members. Councillor Barton, sorry. I did wonder why you weren't looking at me when I called you Bingham. Sorry. I've got an idea for you, Councillor Barton. If you don't like what they're writing about you, and you genuinely believe, rather than just not like what they've said, if you genuinely believe the professionalism of their hard-working job is not being adhered to, write to the professional body that they're part of. It's a bit like a union. I'm not a union fan, but they've got one. Write to their professional body and call into question what they're writing. You can take action against the media outlets that way, and they will come down on them if they break the standards that they've all signed up to. The union that they're part of will come down on them hard, believe you me. But do not say, because you question their professional standards, that you will ban them again, because that's what you've said today. You will ban them again. And I think it's a complete disgrace that we've turned this motion, a right motion, put forward by Councillor Cullen, on the hard work of an open press, into calling into question the professional standards of people who work really hard, when there is a public body that you could have done that to. I think it's an utter disgrace, and it's bad for the residents of Nottinghamshire, closing the press down. The residents of Nottinghamshire need to know what you are doing with £1.2 billion of their money and 800,000 lives that you're affecting. When I was leader of the council, I put £72 million into highways. I sung about it on press releases put out by this council. We did videos with Councillor Clark and JCBs. Do you know how many headlines we made? Probably one or two. Do you know the first pothole that appeared in Broxtowe outside the library? Bang, front page. I was frustrated with that. But I didn't need to write to the professional standards of the body that they work for, because it didn't call into question their professional standards. I was frustrated with it because it wasn't telling the good news story of Conservatives investing £72 million into road repairs. It was pointing out the problem that I was trying to fix. Guess what? I didn't ban them. I didn't ban them once, because I think it's right that Councillor Clark the next day, after getting off his JCB, comes in and says where we need to focus the money on. And we went out and did that, because that's what public bodies are there for, and that's what the free press does. Shame on you all.
Councillor Stoll to bring it to a close.
Councillor Stoll, as the mover of this amendment, we'd like to hear your closing speech.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief because I think we just need to go to the vote. I'm actually astounded. I'm astounded by Councillor Smith's rant that he's just had. I hope you feel better for that, but I can't believe that you think that holding the press to it, that the press have their own standards, and all this motion does. Hang on, let me speak. All I've asked them to do is, all I'm asking for is balanced and fair reporting, to uphold their own standards, and you're against that. How can you be against that? And Councillor Cullen, I thought we were getting on really well. I actually thought you might become a reformer and come and join us. We've got better biscuits than you, but you know what? You're socialists. That's fine.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
I expect you to support.
Sorry, point of order. The section 100, you're just shouting and talking over him. I know it's getting late. No, I know it's getting late, but just let the man speak, please.
No, but I'm the chairman. Please listen and be quiet.
There was no attack on the press at all. It's all there. It's all there. They signed up to their own code of practice, and all this motion does is ask them to bear that in mind. What's wrong with that? It protects you as it does, it protects us. That's all. So, you know what? If you're not going to support it, that's fine. But there we go.
Councillor Scott, can we hear your...
We'll go to the vote.
Can
Thank
we hear
you.
your speech? Yes. Councillor Cullen, can we have a right of reply from you, please?
A right of reply from me on the amendment? On the amendment? Yeah. I'll just say what I said before. The when I first read the amendment, I thought that doesn't seem so bad. The words aren't bad, but the intention behind it turned out to be something entirely different. It turned out to be an attack on the press. And you can sit there all, I promise you, I will never join Reform. Never.
Never.
I promise you that.
Never.
But also, what I want to say is you had the opportunity here where we could have put something to bed and we could have repaired our damaged reputation, and you have damaged our reputation further.
Yeah.
You've damaged it further.
Yeah.
So I'm very sorry. And, you know, we'll move to the vote and you'll win the vote because there's more of you than me, but that won't always be the case. Thank you.
Councillors?
Can we have a recorded vote, Chair?
If we have a recorded vote, we need 10 votes. Right. So we will, yeah.
Okay, members, so asking you to express your vote for, against, abstain. We are talking about the amendment here, please. Starting with Councillor Adams.
Against.
Councillor Adegoke.
For, please.
Councillor Answer.
For.
Councillor Barton.
For.
Councillor Bestwick.
Against.
Councillor Bingham. For. Councillor Bite.
For.
Councillor Brill.
For.
Councillor Andy Brown.
Against.
Councillor Kevin Brown.
For.
Councillor Butler.
Against.
Councillor Carr.
Against.
Councillor Chowdhury.
For.
Councillor David Clark.
For.
Councillor Neil Clark.
Against.
Councillor Clooney.
Against.
Councillor Cox.
For.
Councillor Cullen.
Against.
Councillor Dale.
For.
Councillor Dodd.
For.
Councillor Doddy.
For.
Councillor Faccio.
Against.
Councillor Gamble. Councillor Girling.
Against.
Councillor Gould.
For.
Councillor Gowland. Councillor Green.
For.
Councillor Introna. Councillor John.
For.
Councillor Justice.
For.
Councillor Lawton. Councillor Lee.
Against.
Councillor Limber.
For.
Councillor Lukacs.
For.
Councillor Mann.
For.
Councillor Mason.
For.
Councillor Matthews.
For.
Councillor McCormack.
For.
Councillor Om.
Against.
Councillor Pepper. Councillor Rawson. Councillor Rich.
For.
Councillor Robertson.
For.
Councillor Saddington. Councillor Siemens.
For.
Councillor David Smith. Councillor Sam Smith.
Against.
Councillor Stoll.
For.
Councillor Upton.
Against.
Councillor Walker Gurley.
For.
Councillor Wheatcroft.
For.
Councillor Wheeler. Councillor Wilmot.
Against.
Councillor Kelvin Wright. Councillor Martin Wright.
For.
Councillor Simon Wright.
For.
We've topped them up.
Councillors, the outcome of the vote is 36 against 20. So this becomes a substantive motion now.
We've got a very small amount of time for debate.
We have a very, very short time for debate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've had a substantial debate. Let's go to the vote. Show of hands.
Spoken, so you can't move that.
What?
You've already spoken.
Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to move to a vote. Somebody else can do that if they want to. All I want to say is I support free press like all the rest of my Reform colleagues, so we don't need to listen to any of the nonsense on this side. And what I will say is I can actually give directions to the free press as to where Misterton division is, because none of them have ever been there. So they can come up and speak to me and I'll show them my division.
Chair. Sorry, point of order. I was a second divisional motion. I think I should be allowed to speak. I have something to say. And wasn't given the opportunity in the amendment, and I actually reserved the right to speak.
Weird, yeah.
No, I reserved the right to speak. Everybody heard it.
You did not reserve your right to speak.
I did reserve the right to speak. I second the motion and reserve the right to speak.
And in that case, Chairman,
you won't like it.
Reserved rights to speak for 5 minutes.
It's all descended into chaos.
In that case, councillor,
Sorry?
I would give you your right and reserve to speak.
Thank you. Thank you. So, tonight, or this afternoon, I can't work out what time it is, we've got a glimpse of what a reformed Britain would look like when it comes to freedom of the press. Like Hungary, like Turkey, like Serbia. You've again opened up this argument, haven't you? You've opened up this argument about how you will deal with the press if you don't like what they say. And you could have buried it. We were quite happy to accept your amendment until the councillor stood up and attacked the press. One thing we would have asked for is that you removed the word local in your amendment, because if it's going to apply to the media, it should apply to all media, not including the Daily Mail, the Daily Express and GB News, who your MP in Nottinghamshire has a lot of dealings with and gets a lot of money from. I just remind you of Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Or don't you believe in human rights either?
No, we don't.
The right to a free press is a fundamental aspect of democracy, ensuring that individuals can receive and impart information without government interference. You want government interference. You want government interference. You say, Councillor Barton, you did it to protect 2 of your members. Yeah. So where was the protection when I was getting threats and my family were getting threats and a few of your members were liking those threats on Facebook? Oh, well, where was the protection for me then?
Well, you're not one of his members.
No, where was the protection for me? Evelyn Beatrice Hall, who was paraphrasing Voltaire, said, and this is what we should all adhere to, I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. And that includes all media outlets. Thank you.
So members, for the avoidance of
Yeah,
doubt.
can I just clarify something about what Councillor Gars just said, that he was being threatened on probably Facebook, X or wherever, XYZ or whatever, and he approached me and he said, well, you know, what you're into this? I said, it's not very good. Who are they? Which one is it? And you did say, not one of your members, none of your members. So what can you expect Councillor Barton to do?
Well, you just said it was. So you need to
clarification. I had to ask for that to happen. Did your members have to ask you to stop press releases going out?
You just made a statement to say.
I want to. Oh, sorry.
Right.
So members, just to clarify where we are process-wise, we have a substantive amended motion. The debate has been reopened. We still need to finish by 5:30. We know that, according to our process, Councillor Stoll, as the mover of the amendment, will be allowed a closing speech, and Councillor Cullen, as the mover of the original motion, will be allowed a closing speech before we vote. If both of those speakers have 5 minutes each, we technically have room for one more speaker. So I'm going to hand back to Chairman just so you're all clear on what we need to do in order to get to the vote on time. Chairman,
No, I was going to close the meeting. So, if you're still up to that suggestion, Chair, it's on the table.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a very quick one. Trust goes both ways. The BBC has shown in the last couple of weeks just how untrustworthy they are. So they do have to perform to a standard, and it's not some professional standard where it might or may not catch up with them later. It's actually been getting to the stage where it's Orwellian, the amount of propaganda and disinformation, misinformation, which they ironically set themselves up as arbiters of. That is why I would support this motion. They need to be held to account, and writing to some independent standards thing, well, it doesn't work very well. It's proven not to work. We can do that, but yeah, I support the motion. Thank you very much.
Councillor Stoll, your closing speech, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I haven't really got much more to say other than what Councillor Bingham said. He pretty much summed it up, and that's exactly what I would have said. So, yeah, nothing further to add. Just other than it's disappointing that opposition members don't value accountability and freedom of press in the same way that we do.
Councillor Cullen.
Luckily, Madam Chairman, I've been a politician for a good while and have been in many, many situations where politicians have tried to change the narrative and rewrite history, yeah. So I am going to say to all of you, you have done more to ruin our reputation further in this last 20 minutes than was already done. This could have been the end of it. We could have been seen as the county where freedom of the press, all the press, was welcomed. We can't be responsible for how the press report things. They do their job. They can't be responsible for what we write in our speeches. We do our job. We decide our policies. They do their job by reporting it the way they see fit. And it's a really, really important thing of a democracy. Really important. And unfortunately today, because you are so thin-skinned, you had to turn it onto attack on the press again. And I'm so disappointed with you all.
Councillors, we are now about to vote on the amended motion. So all those in favour, please.
It's too late. It's too late.
Yeah.
So 36, okay. Against?
Okay, thanks.
All those against?
Any abstentions?
Any abstentions? Any abstentions?
So the amended motion is carried.
The amended motion is carried. Thank you.
Before you go,
Finally, before you go, the chairman's prize draw tickets are still on sale on site. All the proceeds will be going to the chairman's charity, and the prizes will be drawn at 12 p.m. on the 11th of December in the Assembly Hall. There are also details on the internet. Thank you.
Before we leave, can I just wish everybody a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year in case I don't see you?
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yay. Madam Chair.